in ABC stores, including Pink Package at the beverage place. Also available in 20 states. As for by name, it's Red Mountain Vodka.
I'm not a big fan of these videos because I usually think they're fake, like people throwing phones at TVs and things like that. Why were you rolling at that point and you throw and break a TV or yank it off the wall or something? But I am told through reporting, not by me but by others, that this guy really does tear an ACL while celebrating Tennessee's win. Here we go. Oh.
So I like that he keeps celebrating, though. He's just like, I can't stand up anymore.
But that's not fake, ready?
No, boom. ACL goal.
Yeah, you know what scares me is that was me with the Rams multiple games last year in the playoff run. Never thought about tearing an ACL in celebration.
And I worry about the Achilles every time.
Yes, you do. You've got a stake bet on that, don't you?
No, I don't.
And oh boy, go back to the Star Rock. He doesn't look like he's in terrible shape.
And here's the picture now. Forsher has up for us of him already strapped together and on crutches there. Yeah. So legit ACL.
Still smiling. Doesn't care. Hey, we snapped the streak.
It's not like he's in awful shape.
No, he's in really good shape there. Okay, one more now. Byron Young, Alabama defensive lineman. He was on the opposite side of the left tackle, backup left tackle, Jeremiah Crawford, who yacked during the game while in the huddle while talking with Byron Young. Here's how it all went down, what Byron Young saw.
There's a video of a Tennessee player who, offensive lineman, looked like he threw up and looked at you. What was that moment like from your perspective?
We were actually talking right before he threw up. I don't remember what we were talking about, but then he looked away for a second, then he just threw up, and then he looked at me. I just told him he was nasty. And then I just looked to the sideline. That was all it was.
You're nasty. That's great video, though. I mean, the guy just actually looks back and he's doing,
So they're talking smack to each other, and then in the middle of smack talking, he goes, "Wah." And then he looks back at him and he nods. And Byron apparently says, "You're nasty, man. You're nasty."
So good.
I mean, it's got to be all over your jersey at that time because it's hitting your it's hitting your face mask and everything.
Maybe I focus way too much on this. I just think about the breath. Like you gotta go against that guy. He's blocking you the rest of the game, and his breath after he yaks, right? It's probably already bad.
Yep.
But now he's got to throw up on top of that.
Woo. I mean, there are people who...
That cigar balance it out, right?
You've heard of athletes that are going to be in close proximity of others, eating onions before games or not showering and all that kind of stuff just to add to the discomfort of leaning on somebody in a basketball game.
I always think about it like the poor sideline person that's got to get the head coach coming off at halftime. His breath has got to be awful. He's doing all that yelling. And
especially if they throw out a dip before they get there.
This got to be so bad.
That's not good. Well, let's head down to Melissa. Melissa's got the coach.
Yeah, hang on. I got to burn my lipper.
Get my dip out here real quick and spit all over you. We got to stop that inside track.
Oh, they always got to get close to here because the crowd's going nuts. The band's playing.
I'm not going to talk about that. All right, that's our show today. We're back live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Don't forget tomorrow night, Thursday night, it's Bud Light Game Night. We're at Beef O'Brady's on the Grove in Hoover. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. A new Bama and Bourbon drops in 15 seconds.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Full Thursday show straight ahead today. That includes Matt Wyatt, the Mississippi State quarterback, who's back with us today. Buster Olney back with us to talk about baseball as we're down to 4 teams. And then Barrett Jones is back on the show, the most decorated, or one of the most decorated Alabama football players of all time. There's been a lot of decorations since Barrett left, but he's still up there ranking high. Saw Barrett in Knoxville. We'll talk to him in the final hour of the show as we talk a little college football. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, and Taylor's back in the social command center out there as we get rolling today at Next Round Live. Like and subscribe everywhere. We'll start with the business at hand, which was Nick Saban. Getting a chance yesterday to comment on the Jermaine Burton situation after the Tennessee game, where he appears on video to strike a young lady. This video here is he, it's that shaky high Zapruder film at Neyland Stadium, but you see he sort of takes a swing at a passerby. And Nick Saban had this to say after practice yesterday on how they're going to handle Jermaine Burton and his thoughts on Phil Rushing in general.
I know you put a statement out on the Jermaine situation. I was wondering, what information are you guys trying to get, and has there been any update on that?
We handle, discipline issues, internally, and that's the way we'll handle this. But, as I said today, when I was asked about the whole, the league has tried to control people, rushing the field, and, it's a difficult circumstance for the league. It's a difficult circumstances for the people who are on the field. But, we got to go through those difficult circumstances and still respect other people. And I think that's on us to do that. And that's certainly a lesson, for all of us to learn relative to this.
Well, that's well handled right there.
It really is.
Yeah.
And I was shocked to see some people that took that and said that he was blaming it on the people rushing the field.
People said that about what Saban just said?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
if you look at it, there's a reaction out there that says, oh, he's blaming it on the people rushing the field. He did not. He says discipline is handled internally, and we will handle it that way this time, which tells you there will be some discipline coming for Jermaine Burton. And he also said you've got to respect other people in that situation. It is a tough situation down there. You have 100,000 people blowing in different directions, and what Jermaine Burton did was wrong. And he's going to serve some kind of discipline for that. What that ends up being, we'll find out. But it's a zoo down there. We had a chance at SEC Media Days to talk to several people around college athletics. And it's a dangerous situation in football and in basketball. He didn't skirt around it at all. He's going to discipline Jermaine Burton.
No, yeah. I obviously something's got to happen to Burton. The more I look at it, it does look like he was swiping the phone. Not that makes it right. I don't think he was taking a swing at the girl. With that said, you got to kind of be prepared for these situations. I've never been on the field. I've never rushed the field. I've never been down there as part of the media. You guys have been there multiple times. You were there this past weekend. So I don't know how chaotic it is. Watching on TV on my couch, it looks really chaotic. But if you're a player, you got to know in that situation, just get to the locker room as soon as you can.
Yeah, and I've only one time in my life been in the similar situation Jermaine Burton was in. I wasn't emotional. Obviously he's emotionally upset about the way the game ended. He's, been in an emotional roller coaster for 4 hours, high stress, high energy. So there's a lot of emotions at the surface there, right? I was simply trying to get from one corner of Jordan-Hare Stadium to the other corner of Jordan-Hare Stadium after the kick six. And I can tell you it's a scary situation, right? Most of it is college females running at you. But still, it's a mass of humanity coming at you, and they're not getting out of your way. You're having to get out of their way.
Would you not recommend to your daughter, we've all got daughters, and let's say that they were going to one of these SEC schools, and before the game, it's an opportunity. If they pull a big upset, we know the crowd is going to rush the field. Would you tell your daughter, hey, look, don't do it?
No, not at all, LT.
Here's why.
Because after seeing this, and that probably would have been my advice before, but after seeing this and recording it, and Brett, I don't appreciate your comment up there, to be honest with you. But as you're sitting there and you're shooting the student body, as they're getting ready to rush the field, 8,000 students are pushing forward, and those people on the front row immediately were pressed against that wall. I mean, if it had been some other kind, a taller wall, a further drop or something, people didn't want to go over the wall, there's some injuries that can happen. And, you know, it can be a very dangerous situation. So my advice would be to go with the flow and get down on the field.
Or don't sit in the front. Sit in the back.
Sit in the front, yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, I do think the SEC is frustrated by this. The SEC as a whole, to what Nick Saban was talking about. From talking to people at the SEC, I think they would prefer fans not rush the field. But they also understand what Jim is saying is, okay, let's say you had 1,000 police officers standing in front of the student section. Is that going to stop the people from crushing down?
No.
And that's what's going to get somebody really hurt is when they get pressed. We saw they were able to go on the field, and you saw how bad they were getting pressed against the wall, right? So I think the SEC realizes this is something we're not going to eliminate. You know, we would like to give the opposing coaches and players time to get off the field, but there's just really, you can't say, okay, everybody, we're going to let you rush the field, but y'all got to let the team leave. I mean, that kind of eliminates the reason you rush the field or rush the court, right? So I don't know. There's no good answer to this. But as Nick Saban said, the answer is not striking somebody.
Yeah,
you got to control yourself. That's on you to do.
Yeah, two different, and you see the video here of just the rush coming down. And if you look further up, you can just see it pushing down on it. And that's why everybody was making fun of these girls and guys having a hard time getting over that little short wall. But your leg is pressed up against the other brick wall. You can't pull it and drag it across when people are pressing against it. It is a tougher than it looked situation there. But it's two different subjects. Brown's exactly right. Jermaine Burton is wrong in what he did, so that's one thing. And how do you control this? We are not going to control it. It happened 3 times on Saturday because it's the money shot in television, right?
There's no doubt. I mean,
it's the thing everyone wants to see. I mean,
CBS was perfectly prepared for it. Yes. I mean, they're like, hey, if Tennessee wins this game, they're rushing the field. Let's get our shots ready. I mean, CBS is going to show it. I mean, that's not going to stop it, though. Like, you know, everybody says, well, you don't show the streakers running on the field so that it encourages streakers. We still got streakers running on the field.
Right. And protesters and everybody else.
So don't think if CBS doesn't show it that everybody's going to say, let's don't rush the court. It's not going to be on TV or rush the field. It's going to happen. And the SEC is going to fine. It's not going to stop it. I really don't know what the fine does, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
what does the fine do?
The fine doesn't. It throws money into the kitty that
goes to charity.
That goes to student charities.
I do think they donated to charity. So I guess that's the good that comes from it. But there's nothing that is stopping this. If you want to criticize Nick Saban for what he said, that is simply you hate Nick Saban, you hate Alabama, and you're just looking for a reason to take a shot at him. What he said there was absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if Jermaine Burton doesn't play the first half, or doesn't play in the game this weekend or whatever. We'll see what the discipline is. They won't make an announcement. It's one of those things that you will get to a game on Saturday and you'll sit there and go, oh, Jermaine Burton's not dressed, or Jermaine Burton's not in the game, or Jermaine Burton's not getting as many reps or something. So we'll see what happens with Jermaine Burton. But that aside, how do you correct this issue of safety that is, you know, you would say it's an Alabama problem that only happens to Alabama because they lose so rarely and they've beaten people so many times, so it happened at Texas. But it's not. It happened at Utah this past week. It happened, who was the other one? TCU? Didn't they rush the field? Was it TCU?
I think they did after the Oak State win,
After the Oak State. So you had 3 field rushes this past week with big wins at the end. But Clemson does it after every game. But they're not rushing the field. They allow the fans to come down on the field. It's part of their tradition there, where you just gradually come onto the field and you walk it out. Does it end up being as good of a scene? No, but Dabo's out there with the crowd, and sometimes I don't know what you do unless you've got to somehow, and I don't know if you can do this at this point, you've got to somehow arrange visiting locker rooms and visiting sidelines to have a better exit off the field. For instance, at Auburn, if this is the visiting sidelines, they do not have to go across the field to get out. They go to the right. If I'm facing the press box, Alabama visiting teams here, if Auburn's rushing the field, Auburn students are over here. We exit that way.
Yeah, they don't have to go through the students or go across the field. Very easy to get out.
This past weekend, Alabama's tunnel is right behind the goalpost this way. with all the students between here and the Alabama team rushing on the field.
So they're swimming upstream.
Alabama had to go
down.
through every student to get off the field. In Auburn.
And these stadiums are 1,000 years old, so there's really no way you could fix that.
Now, they've moved locker rooms around before. That used to be the home locker room. Now, they move it around. But at that end at Auburn, it's actually designed really well, the best as it can be for the visitors to get their equipment off because they're walking basically in front of their home fans who are not rushing the field, and the home band to get to, the visiting fans, the visiting band to get to the visitors' locker room. So the students are rushing from this way. Now, you're 11 on the field, only 11, but the 11 on the field have to get off the field. But that's fewer than everybody. And we don't ever talk about this, but the team that's getting rushed, they've got equipment on the sidelines that's getting, taken, stolen, however you want to look at it, or beaten or trampled or lost. They have to get all those trailers and stuff off. It becomes chaotic down there.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a looting situation. Somebody was telling us the story. I forgot who stormed the field, and a bunch of equipment was stolen a couple of years ago.
Meds, actually, too, and the trainers, and the trainer trays.
Yeah, Rockstar, you were here, and didn't you say they took a bunch of bandages?
Yeah, I got bandages, everybody, and I got gauze.
Yep.
Sweet.
I won't
athletic tape.
It's not like they've got Laura tabs.
No, they actually do.
Oh, do they?
No, they have all sorts of pain medication on the sideline.
I'm sure they got some hefty stuff. Toradol. There was a situation where as one group of students, probably inebriated, tried to steal an exercise bike. I mean, the bike you come out and ride on when you're hurt.
It's poor man's Peloton.
Yeah, poor man. Yeah, if I don't have to pay for it.
Seems a little bulky.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's going to be hard to get that one out of the stadium unnoticed. But, I mean, this kind of crazy stuff happens, and there really is. It's a little bit easier in basketball. If you notice in basketball, they've got it down to a fine art now. They've got a way to cordon off the handshake line all the way to the locker room. So that if I'm on the court as a player or coach, I could still shake hands, get to the locker room safely. You can't do that in football. It's a massive field. We're talking about 150 people that have got to get to the locker room. You're just not going to be able to do that.
We need more Dunaway.
We do. We need more man on the wall like Jimmy D.
Even I was late. I didn't protect Jermaine Burton.
That's right. Look at Jim. He's at fault.
Yep. I did not protect every player.
My bigger concern is players have got to be able to restrain themselves. I know it's easier said than done when the emotion takes over, but I had never thought about, students being crushed against a wall like that.
Yeah.
And, it's only got to happen one time. There's been a million concerts, but we've had one situation in Cincinnati with the Who where people get trampled. And then recently
well, you had the Hillsborough incident in soccer, as a lot of people are pointing out.
Rockskill, a Pearl Jam concert in 2000. I think 9 people got crushed to death for trying to rush the stage.
Just this past summer, I think summer of 21, it was a concert. I can't remember who it involved.
Was it Travis Scott?
Yeah, I think it was Travis Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, that was something where people started passing out and getting trampled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something strange happening.
He was
at that
encouraging it. And
yeah. There was some sort of drug element in that one, and people were like passing out, and they couldn't get the paramedics up front. Yeah, that was a weird deal there.
But anytime you got that many people going in one direction, not everybody's going the same direction, it's not organized, it can be dangerous. But that's Nick Saban and Jermaine Burton, part of our show today, being brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear and multi-age tequila, the official tequila of the next round. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Now, all that aside, that's Alabama's the least of their problems, right? They've got to somehow bounce back from this loss from Tennessee, and they got to get some production out of the receivers, a little bit more production out of the receivers. 455 passing yards from Bryce Young, but did anybody leave the game saying, wow, Alabama's receivers are really good? Did you ever think about that? Yeah. I mean, 455 passing yards, but none of us are sitting here. We're not blown away by this receiving corps.
I was thinking about that the other day. Like, how does he have 455 when you don't have – when the big question mark right now is wide receiver? And, we talk about Alabama's penalties, and they are first in the FBS with 66 accepted penalties. But they're also first in the FBS in drop passes this year with 21.
Yeah, it's a bad combo. I think it probably speaks as much to Tennessee's secondary, which is their weakness, as anything. I mean, if you don't have great receivers, which now people in the chat room yesterday were saying we're too hard on Alabama receiver. Too hard on some of Alabama's receivers.
Possibly because the expectation's up here.
Well, and I was going to make that point yesterday, but we ran out of time, is this group of receivers is being compared to groups like Henry Ruggs, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle,
and Jerry Jeudy,
who are all on the same team. Those are all NFL first-rounders.
And then even going back to Amari Cooper and Julio Jones.
All NFL first-rounders that if Henry Ruggs had not made a horrific decision would still be playing productively in the NFL.
This receiving corps, though, does one thing poorly and another thing poorly.
Okay, so they do two things poorly.
Right.
Do you have a positive?
They do a lot of positive things. The biggest is that they catch balls thrown by Bryce Young, maybe the greatest quarterback in Alabama history.
Yes.
They do have too many drops, 21 of them, and boy, I bet half of those are big moments in games, by the way.
Well,
Third downs or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they all feel big, yeah.
The other one is they don't block as well on the edges as little Devontae Smith could lock a guy up on the edge.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy could lock a guy up on the edge. These guys on the edge, they don't block as well as those other receivers do, which frees up those little passes. I don't know the terminology of what those passes are, but basically it's a screen to the receiver, or it's a running play with the receiver where they throw it out and the other two guys are blocking up front and the third guy behind them is catching it behind the line of scrimmage and running for 5, 7, 15 yards.
Those don't seem like they're there this year. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, they're not working like they did in the past because Devontae or Waddle or those guys would lock somebody up and allow their mate to get through for 5, 7, 15 yards, a touchdown. That's not happening this year. They're not blocking like they used to block.
Well, there was video of Tyler Harrell at practice yesterday, and this is video Alabama sent out, right? So this is what Alabama decides. Here's what we want in the video. This was not reporters at video doing practice doing video. This is Alabama video that they send to the media for media to use in their stories, and they included Tyler Harrell, which a lot of people try to read things into that, like, oh, okay, this guy was included, this guy wasn't included, or in the video we saw so-and-so wasn't on the field, or he was in a black jersey or whatever. I'm not going to say in the video because Michael Casagrande tweeted it, and he was talking about how, kind of mean people were in the responses. Harold didn't look great, to be honest with you. But it is interesting.
What did the video look like?
Harold running around. You'll just need to go look at it. He didn't
dropped
look great.
The ball and missed the block, so that puts him in the too deep right now.
Just go look at it, and I think you'll look at it and say maybe he doesn't look fully healed. Look, but it's one piece of video from practice, so you don't want to make a rash decision on that.
Look, I said going into the season, I don't remember him being a dominant force with Louisville last year.
19 catches, I think it was.
Yeah, not that Malik Cunningham is the most polished passer right now. But, I kind of reserve that judgment because Jamison Williams 2 years ago didn't even really get on the field for Ohio State.
That's right, yeah.
So great quarterbacks can make average receivers look a lot better.
Nick Saban was asked about Tyler Harrell yesterday after practice. He said that he is practicing. He's available. He was available last week and had not earned the right to get into the game yet, paraphrasing Nick, but he was available last week. You didn't see him, so he's available. He's practicing. He's healthy. He can play. So now he's got to earn the right to play.
So is that it? That's it, right, Scott? Yeah. All right. So Lance, just kind of. You look at it. I don't want to judge. Scott's showing it.
Would you play at normal speed to get off slow-mo?
Oh, wow, Dunaway.
Yeah, I was going to say he doesn't look like he's going full speed.
Yeah.
But again, maybe he's not.
He could be rehabbing from an injury, is all this video is.
Well, yeah, but I don't think Alabama would send out rehab from an injury video. But, he doesn't look like super smooth there, does he?
Yeah.
No.
Which coach is that on coverage? Could have used him Saturday.
It's not DeMarco Helms.
I'm not sure they could if he got beat again coming back for the ball. Look, got to break him
but at least it was in front of him.
Yeah, maybe he can make a tackle. That's a Scott, can I get Scott's mic? You've been in the TV business a long time. Now, Brown is painting it out like every practice, the video they send out is they have a purpose to everything.
Brown is not painting that.
That's sort of what you said. They wouldn't have sent it out. Alabama sends us out.
I did not say that. I said that's what people are saying. I'm saying, but it is interesting who they include in their videos, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to show a reason he's not playing.
I don't know.
No, I think there is something to that, actually. A lot of times it'll be the guys that they made available for interviews. They'll make sure to include those guys in the practice clip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there you go. Look at right.
How many practices do they send video out of, Scott? What?
2 a week, I think. 2 or 3 a week.
So what? In the course of a year, counting spring practice and stuff, over 100.
Quite a few.
That same kid every day, you think he really thought, okay, today I've got to send out this 2 minutes. Boy, I really like to get down for 50-cent beer night down at Houndstooth. So is Houndstooth still a place?
It is.
Get down to Houndstooth. So maybe I'm just going to throw this video out there. I didn't know everybody would dissect this route of this guy. I don't know his number. Throw him down there. I think sometimes people just throw video out.
Okay. That may be. And again, I wasn't saying one thing or the other. I was saying it is interesting who they include. And it was Casagrande that I first saw tweeted out. And everybody was killing Tyler Harrell like they are in the chat room now. And Casagrande's only point was, guys, y'all don't even know what he was doing. That was one piece of video. I don't think I would make a judgment on his career on that one piece of video.
You mean Ashley from up on the South Carolina coast? I could run that route better, just saying.
Well, I mean, again, yes. That's a small sample of what's being said.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. If you're coming back from an injury like Tyler Harrell is or anyone else, you want to get back in the game, Precision Sports can do that for you.
Yeah, and our friends at Precision, they want to remind you if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Hey, we send out a lot of content up here. If you do not have your alerts set, then you need to set the alerts or you'll miss stuff. For instance, new Bama and Bourbon dropped yesterday at 1 o'clock right after the show, where Lance Taylor and Aaron Suttles, and Suttles gives you such great information in that. If you've never watched one, you don't have to love bourbon to love it. If you love bourbon, though, the bourbon discussions and new brands and labels you see is very interesting. But they also, Aaron gives you some really in-depth and I think behind-the-scenes, big picture look at what's going on with Alabama football and Alabama athletics. And another really good one this week. That's available for you as well. We've got the next round cocktails that is up there. We'll do a drinks with Dunaway later on today. But yesterday we were down at SEC Basketball Media Days, and we've got some interviews up from down there as well, including Wendell Green and Nate Oates, who we had a chance to talk to. Some pictures of us sitting around in our
the Rose Garden
in our set, our outdoor next round set that we created out there. Those are fake bushes and stairwells. That's really a TV set, LT. We brought in the shrubs.
That's great.
Shout out to Acme Shrubbery for setting up our set for us.
When Nate Oates walked out, I said, "Just pretend you've won the Masters." And we're doing an interview at Augusta.
Yeah, we had to find a place to do it, so we appreciate everyone for hosting us down there at SEC Basketball Media Days. And we'll be playing basketball very soon. You know, we were talking to Nate, and you know, I knew Gonzaga was coming to Birmingham to play. I think it's December 17th, actually. I think it's on my birthday. If anybody wonders what they can get me. Tickets available right now. But they also play Michigan State this year. They play Houston on the road. I mean, that's three of the top teams in the country right there. I mean, Houston's number 3, I think, in the AP poll.
I mean, they did this last year. They played a killer out-of-conference schedule last year, and they're doing it again.
Yeah,
that's good. I think that's what fans want to see.
Play Oklahoma on the road.
Memphis.
Yeah,
I mean, there are quality losses in basketball.
Oh, it helped Alabama last year. I don't think there's any doubt.
It gets that Ken Palm up.
Yeah.
So interesting schedule. We talked to Nate about that, and interesting from Wendell Green about his trip to Israel and being baptized in the Jordan River. You can get all that on our video platforms. All right, a lot to get to today in college football, including Brown has, I don't know exactly when we'll get to this, but sometime over the course of the show, Brown has zeroed in. He says turn it upside down. I call it a snow globe weekend.
It is a clean out day in college football, Jim.
For me, when you have a snow globe of college football and you just shake it up and it rearranges everything.
Well, one thing I can guarantee is we're not going to have a field storm this week.
Nobody's storming the field this weekend?
No, it's not this week I'm talking about now. I'll go and tell you it's not this week.
So Brown will let us know as we somewhere in the show we will find out what weekend you can circle.
Clean it out, man. It's going to clean out the top 10.
That you do not want to miss any television window because he thinks there's one catastrophic snow globe turn the college football world weekend upside down to come. That is coming up on the show and a great guest list. This is the next round being brought to you in part today by the wonderful folks at Wayne's.
All right, if you want your yard to look great in spring and summer, now's the time to deal with that. Now is the time to deal with that. The fall growing season is shutting down, so what you need to do is get on EnviroLawn with Wayne's and make certain you've got the proper ingredients in the soil for it to look great in the summer and the spring. The proper nutrients, the proper pre-emergence. You need all of that right now, and Envirolon gets that in the ground while the time is right here. Jump on Envirolon now. We're going to help you save. Use the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES1. Your first month's on us. You only pay for 11 of the 12 months. We'll give you one free. Code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the Envirolawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Good news for Missouri as they battle Vandy at home today, trying to get another win. Vandy, Missouri, is that a battle of what you would consider to be the two least interesting teams in the SEC this year?
I would say least interesting, yeah. I mean, Auburn's at least interesting because of the coaching situation.
Yeah, but you're not ready to call Vandy, Missouri the two worst teams in the league, right?
I might be, yeah.
Yeah,
I think I would
lean that way.
Yeah, and I know, people are going to say, well, by all rights, Missouri beat Auburn and Jordan-Hare. I get that, but one thing that makes you one of the worst teams is missing a chip shot field goal to win a game on the road and then fumbling a ball on the way in the end zone to win a game on the road. That's how you become one of the worst teams in the SEC.
That's right. Really, the definition, and they keep a score, right? And
yeah.
Missouri lost that game. But Missouri is getting two big receivers back for the battle with Vandy this weekend. They get Dominic Lovett and Luther Burton back available this week.
They never throw to Luther Burton, so
I look for Luther Burton, again, pure speculation, to take a look at the portal
You think
this
he's
year.
a portal guy, do you? Well, I mean, they never throw to him. He'd probably like to
gotta
at
be
least
frustrated,
Yeah,
right?
I would think so.
If you need to take a look at your heating, cooling, or your plumbing, Hemp Hill Services will do that for you.
Yeah, they will, Dunaway. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. You need to make sure everything is running right. And our friends at Hemp Hill, Brown, did you get home yesterday? The heat was on?
Heat's been on for 2 days now, Lance.
Fireplace was on again yesterday.
How about that? You got to get control of that situation.
Hey, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
I don't like this time of year because I like it to be – I don't like to be cold when I'm awake moving around. And I'm okay throwing on sweatshirts and runners and all that. But when I go to bed, I want it to be cold. And it's never cold enough this time of year when I go to bed inside the house, right?
Yeah.
Like if you turn on the heat at all.
Mine is when I get up, but my house is not insulated properly, I don't think.
Yeah, when I get up, it's perfectly cold, but I'm not wanting to sleep then. Then I want it to be warm. I want it to be warm then. I like it to be really cold when I'm sleeping, and you just can't transition back from livable warm to as cold as I like to sleep.
Well, I think the person, and this is admittedly a little selfish, but I think the person that likes it colder should have priority over the person that likes it warmer.
Because you can put clothes on.
That's right. You can put all the clothes on you want to get warmer. I can't really get colder.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think the person that wants it the coldest should have the priority, and we work up from there.
Yeah, we do. Maggie likes it as cold as possible.
Yeah,
and
as do I.
So we roll her way usually.
Yep.
But even when you turn the heat on a little bit, just a little bit,
it changes everything.
It does. It dries out the air or something.
Yes, it does.
Makes it uncomfortable to sleep in.
Yep.
So I almost last night woke up and turned the air conditioning on, even though I know I probably should just open a window.
Yeah, probably so.
We don't open windows in America as much as we used to.
I agree with that, yeah. I like a good open window.
Yeah.
A good open window, not a bad open window.
Not a bad one, right? I like a good open window, yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Around the microphones, is Lunsford on his? Nope. Forrester, do you ever open a window in your house?
No.
Nope.
But I like it cold, like Brown.
Yep.
We have a I don't know if we mentioned this. We have a slightly older house. Some of these windows refuse, and you have to have like a crowbar to open them.
They're painted shut. Yeah, you got to bust that sill.
That's why I don't open windows, because they are so hard to open and shut.
Yes, I mean, it takes all that upper body strength to get that damn thing open.
You know, the last time I slept with an open window, you guys were there, was in Indianapolis. It was like 2 degrees out, and my bedroom was just so hot because it was up on the second floor and heat rises, and the heat was on in that house. So I opened the window the first day we were in Indianapolis and just left it open the whole time we were there.
Yeah.
Which
is something, because it was -2.
Yeah, I would close my door and I'd come in, and the rest of the house was hot. And I would feel like my room had air conditioning because I would close my door to trap that cold air in there with that window open.
And we were almost in a sketchy part of town.
Yeah, my window was open the whole time.
But I guess you don't worry about somebody sneaking in the window when it's 2 degrees outside.
And when I don't own the house.
Yeah.
They were going to have to scale the wall to get up there.
You ever open windows in your house?
No, I don't.
Me either. Yeah.
I open doors. It's easier to open
door
doors.
with a screen or no screen.
Well, we got a screen-in porch.
Yeah, I'll leave that door open sometimes.
Yeah, just leave that door open. Let the wind flow in.
Me too. The dogs just in and out the back.
Makes your house smell better too. That good outside fresh air.
A good open door.
A good open door.
Yeah.
And that good fresh air.
Chip Kelly's getting ready to leave L.A. and get some fresh air in Eugene this week, a place he's familiar with. It's his first time with fans in the stands to be back at Autzen as a coach. Maybe the best game on the board this week is UCLA playing at Oregon. Here's Chip Kelly. And, you know, I do this as a reporter, too. Sometimes when the reporter is surprised, you can ask a question about, are you surprised where you are? But UCLA has been a surprise to me that I thought they would contend for a Pac-12 championship bid. I didn't think they'd be ranked this high during the course of the season. But here we are as they go to play Bo Nix in Oregon. Here's Chip Kelly.
I think we're just right on track where we thought we were going to be. You know, our guys really do every day very well. They understand there's a consistency to the process. They've been really good every Monday. They've been really good every Tuesday, every Wednesday. And that's not easy. That's easier said than done. But I think there's a consistency to their preparation, and that consistency pays off on Saturdays.
Could UCLA be the Pac-12's best hope for the college football playoffs?
Yeah, they could be. You know, we did our little draft yesterday. If they get by Oregon, which I think is a really difficult game on the road, the way Oregon's playing right now, but if they get by Oregon, I really think it comes down to a one-game situation. I say one game in the regular season against USC. If they were somehow to get past that, then it really is a one-game situation. They've got 3 big games. If they can go 3-0 in those games, I think they're in. I don't think they do. I think they lose this weekend. But, you know, we know how good the offense is with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Charbonnet's been great. But people don't realize the defense is really good. It's the leading rush defense in the Pac-12. They're only giving up 22 points per game, which is really good when you're scoring 41.5 points per game.
I actually think it's USC.
You still think it's USC?
You know, I mean, Oregon is just so complicated because of, you know, they've got that loss on their record that is so bad. I mean, had they played Georgia halfway respectable, I might feel different about Oregon. But when you're talking in terms of playoff, that's going to be a hard one to overcome if it's down to them and another team, is how bad they looked against Georgia. And I know it was week 1 and a lot can change, but I just think it's USC because USC and UCLA, I think USC is the better of the 2 teams. I think they're better than UCLA. Doesn't matter where that game's played. Neither team has any kind of home field advantage. Those are 2 awful home fields. So I think it's USC. I think that's the best Pac-12 hope for a playoff team.
Let's say UCLA runs the table.
And I personally think UCLA is a little bit better.
Okay.
I just think they're more balanced.
Where is that game anyway? Not that it matters.
Pasadena.
Pasadena? Okay. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
Right. I believe it's at the Rose Bowl this year.
No,
right?
I think it's in the Coliseum.
Okay. I had a 50-50 shot. I
You
chose
did?
the wrong side.
And again, it's irrelevant where it is. Both fan bases are just apathetic. Doesn't matter.
Well, I'll start asking this question to LT.
right.
Double check the schedule there.
Yeah, I might be wrong on that.
Okay. I
Again,
love
50-50
the
here.
admission there. I wanted to ask you this, though. UCLA runs the table. They win them all. And there's only one spot left. The SEC champions in. Ohio State is unbeaten. Clemson's unbeaten. And you come down to 1 loss SEC runner-up or 1 loss Michigan and an unbeaten UCLA. Is UCLA good enough to be in that slot over 1 loss Michigan who lost to Ohio State only, or 1 loss SEC runner-up, whether that be Tennessee, Georgia?
I think you would have to really think about a Power 5 undefeated champion. And at that point, they would have beaten 5 ranked teams, possibly 6, depending on South Alabama, who we'll see tonight. I mean, South Alabama's
they
got
could
an
end up
outside
ranked.
shot.
No, there's no doubt they're getting votes right now, Lance, if they continue to win.
And I was wrong. It's in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, it is in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah. So, I mean, as
Yeah,
Brown said, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't, no.
But would you would consider UCLA, or would you consider leaving them out? Because that's when we haven't faced this yet, putting a 1-loss team in over an unbeaten team.
Yeah, I want to see how it plays out, though. I mean, if UCLA goes on the road in Autzen and, wins that game by double digits, they have already beaten Utah by double digits. They beat USC by double digits. I mean, I don't know how you could deny them at that point.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
It'd be tough.
It'd be tough to deny them.
Like again, I think it's a moot point after this weekend.
I agree. I think Oregon's going to win this game.
But in this scenario, UCLA wins them out. It would be hard to deny them.
An undefeated UCLA?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're in the playoff, no doubt.
Have you guys, and I think Chip Kelly's brand helps. Dorian Thompson-Robinson at that point is going to be a major, maybe even the Heisman favorite.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Oregon's helmets this weekend?
I have not.
I'm not.
Well, see if Scott can find them real quick.
Find
them, and we'll let
there's
Rock,
a theme.
Rockstar, if you'll tell us about your guy while he looks that up real quick.
It's Adam Mestre of MD Realty. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam Mestre to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Is there a theme behind this Oregon helmet you've seen?
Yeah.
What's the theme? If you
Well,
can
it's
tell us about it?
October, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Wow. We're going pink helmets, huh?
No, it's a pretty cool helmet, actually. You know,
Yeah.
I think Oregon is hit or miss for me. I mean, I like how they have the variety. You know, earlier this season when they played BYU, their uniforms were basically brown. It made no sense to me. But this helmet's pretty cool.
Okay. So a pink Oregon helmet is what we're
you
getting
see I
this
got
week.
my
I
breast
do. Your
cancer
Taco
awareness.
Mama breast cancer awareness.
Ate at Taco Mama last night.
I did too.
Got a couple of these. Which one?
The one near our house.
I did too.
Wow. You were probably later than me.
I
had
was
to go to Taekwondo.
I was there at like 6:20.
Yeah, you barely missed me.
Here's the helmet. So it's got the pink wings, the duck feathers, if you will.
It looks like armor on the front.
Yeah.
Oh, that's his cleats. That's his cleats hanging around.
Oh,
his
yeah,
neck.
yeah,
The bottom of his cleats are going to have pink.
Yeah, I get it now.
A lot of pink in that one, though.
The first team that wears armor in a game may get penalized.
No, look, I mean, I think it's a little loud, but obviously it's for a great cause.
Yeah, it's a good-looking helmet.
And it's very unique.
Yeah, you know, last week with TCU's, it was their, I don't know what they call it, but it's when they have red-eyed frogs and the blood, basically.
Yeah, they wore those Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
they
the
wore
Blood
those
Rush
Saturday.
game. Yeah.
I don't know if I liked them.
It's always weird when it's not really part of your colors.
Yeah, it is.
And you're dropping that red into the purple and black.
Paul is right about this in the chat room. What's lost in all of this is Chip Kelly was about to get fired, it looked like. This is a heck of a comeback by him.
Yeah, I mean, it had been a slow burn to get to where they were.
Apparently, it had a falling out with the AD and all that.
But if you pay attention to UCLA athletics, if they owe him any money at all, they do not have it to pay it,
That
so
is
they
correct.
cannot fire him.
Yep, he is abundantly safe now.
Nobody is pushing off 90-day and 120-day loans more than UCLA athletics right now, waiting for that first Big Ten check to come in.
Yeah, I do think that we are realizing that, you know, some of these great coaches, it just doesn't work out in the NFL. I think we know that by now.
Right.
But I think Chip Kelly is showing that UCLA is one of those places it takes a little bit of time to build. You got to have a little bit of patience. He's got veterans there. He's got a veteran quarterback. He's got the right transfers that have come in. He's done a good job.
I really believe Rockstar. Oh, what do we have over here? Oh, this is the TCU helmet. The blood red.
red. Yeah, I don't know, man. They wear those every year. I don't know if I'm a fan or not.
Well, I think there's a story with that frog. On
Well,
why.
yeah, blood comes out of its eyes naturally. Yeah.
Naturally, the blood comes out, which, by the way, would freak the hell out of me.
I would think so, yeah.
If that happened to me. Even if I was a frog, I think I'd be like, oh, what?
Even if you were a frog?
Dial that back, Chief.
What is happening? Have I been hit?
The hell's wrong with Dunwoody
I've
today?
been hit.
He's got blood coming out of his eyes. Don't fall to
He's in one of those moods. Blood's coming out of his eyes again. Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. The Pants Store has 7 great locations if you want to look your best, like a champion, heading into the stadium. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Go online to pantstore.com. Pantstore.com. They can ship it to you wherever you are. You can see all the great fashions right there. Check for some great sales as well. Pantstore.com. And you can follow them on social media. Game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, and a lot more. And game day fashions designed specifically for the female fan, for the women in your life. It is the Pants Store, pantstore.com, in those 7 great locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, also in Hoover and Auburn, and at the pantstore.com. When we come back, Brown will give us our Thursday tradition. He's got that dialed in and ready to go. And Matt Wyatt talks Mississippi State football with us, coming up at 10:25 Central Time, part of Hour 2 here on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You guys are joking about UCLA's money woes. They'll go away as soon as they get that first Big Ten check. But I do picture the athletic director running around the offices in there. No. Nobody answers the phone until the end of the month. I've got to deposit a few checks. Don't answer the phone.
They were joking about them waiting until they get the disconnect notice to pay their bill.
Yeah. And that's still amazing. Just growing up, the UCLA brand, I never thought it was great in football. They'd have a year every 5 or 6 years. But basketball was still, I'm blown away. And, I worked on that campus for a little bit, or right outside of that campus in Westwood. And it's such a beautiful campus. The tuition is crazy expensive. I just don't know how they could ever get in financial trouble.
Yeah, but how much does a like if we took a great Culver's cheeseburger, if we dropped a Culver's location in Beverly Hills, how much more would I have to pay for my burger there than I would on the great 280 location?
Yeah, a lot.
Probably a lot, yeah.
Everything's amped up a little bit there.
It is.
Part of the show being, by the way, first, the bourbon this week on Bama and Bourbon.
Rabbit Hole, the
Rabbit
Cave
Hole.
Hill.
They have reached out to say, hoping you guys enjoyed the Rabbit Hole. They've reached out on social media on Next Round Live today, Rabbit Hole Distillery. We hope you guys enjoyed it. Cheers.
No, we did. You know, I had the regular Rabbit Hole. I hate to call it regular Rabbit Hole. I think it was just their main brand. We had that last year, and then we had the Cave Hill this past week. I actually, when I saw it, I got so excited. Chan had dropped it off last Thursday. I snuck my bottle up to Knoxville.
Oh, look at that. Smuggling across state lines.
I did.
Yeah. So there was a rabbit hole on good old Rocky Top.
Yeah, so we popped it right when we got to Knoxville. So I kind of cheated on Aaron, and I had mine before that we tasted it, but I told him that. But yeah, thank you, Rabbit Hole. It was great.
Thank you, Rabbit Hole. And thank you, Dr. B, for making LT look good on Rocky Top.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Again, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. I would suggest a preemptive strike. If you think it's going to happen for you, if it runs in the family, go see my friend, Dr. Beckenstein. He is the absolute best. We got the results back when I had that other hair analysis done just a couple of weeks ago. My hair is already 12 to 14% thicker already. Still pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase and already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. He remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right, so baseball yesterday, big win for the Padres. They rallied back, and Houston get some long balls, and they hold off the Yankees in Game 1. You get more Yankees and Astros tonight in prime time down there in that beautiful stadium in Houston with that great fan base. A really entertaining ball game last night. So the playoffs continue on. NFL action tonight. We get a little New Orleans and Arizona. New Orleans and Arizona tonight. So Saints and Cardinals.
What Thursday night schedule?
2-4, 2-4.
Well, it has become a chore, that Thursday night NFL schedule. They got awful numbers last week, by the way, for an NFL game.
Do you think Herb Street thinks all of a sudden he's, why am I having to do the MAC again this week? It's almost like the MAC.
I know.
Games.
I mean, I guarantee you now that check is going to be nice every time he hits the bank for Herb Street. He's getting paid a ton to do this, but he's got to be exhausted, man, as much travel as he's doing, and it's not to watch great games.
Yeah, not even halfway through his schedule yet. So, all right. Speaking of college, though, Herb Street will be back for a college tradition coming up this weekend. He's in Tuscaloosa for the Alabama-Mississippi State game. Brown's got a tradition every Thursday that's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Hit It Rockstar.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
And it's brought to you by Baumhauer.
Yeah, our friend Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Make sure you get into one of those great locations. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Support Bob and that great brand. Stop in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I'm about to educate all you youngs in the audience. All the olds know what I'm about to tell you, but you youngs are in for a little education here. Mississippi State and Alabama play this weekend. 86-17-3, Alabama leads it. But many might not know this is the team Alabama has played more than any other team on their schedule annually.
I was just explaining that to Taylor Kaufman, CBS 42 up in Knoxville.
She's a young. She didn't know it.
Yeah, before the game, she was like, so do you think this rivalry will go away when they expand? And I said, well, here's the hard part, you know. If you keep Tennessee, you keep Auburn, you want to keep LSU or this or that, what are you going to do with Mississippi State? And she goes, well, is Mississippi State a big game? I said, I don't know if it's big, Brownie, but it's the one they played the most.
107th time this Saturday. You know, sometimes they call it the 90-mile drive or the battle for Highway 82. I don't like the battle for Highway 82 at all, but I do like it called the 90-mile drive. That's because Tuscaloosa and Starkville are 90 miles apart, of course. The longest Alabama win streak in this one, 22 years, from 1958 to 1980. Of course, it ended with that infamous 1980 loss. 6-3 there in Tuscaloosa, the Don Jacobs fumble going in. John Bond
Starkville.
No, it was in Tuscaloosa, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Maybe it was in Jackson.
Maybe it was in Jackson. Alabama would win the next 12 after that. So Bama dominated it for a long stretch there. Longest state streak, 3 in a row twice. 1996, 97, and 98, the most recent. Alabama has played more games against Mississippi State than any other opponent. It began in 1896. However, it's not the oldest opponent Alabama had. There are 4 SEC teams Alabama has played longer than Mississippi State. Not more games, but they played before they ever played Mississippi State. Do you have any idea who those opponents would be?
If I had to guess, I'd say it would be Auburn.
That is one.
Tennessee.
That is not one.
LSU.
That is one. Oh, you've got it on the tip of your tongue. Say
Georgia.
it. That's 3.
And Ole Miss.
That is 4. Auburn, Ole Miss, Georgia, LSU. All opponents Alabama played before Mississippi State, but they've never played anybody more than they've played the Bulldogs.
That's our Thursday tradition from Brownie, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer's, again, celebrating 40 years. Right now, you can get some of that incredible food from our friend Bob Baumhauer at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. How about the Alabama hot chicken? Bob's own personal recipe, keeps it locked away. Baumhauer's bringing you the newest and greatest feature item. It's the fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a tangy blend of boosting herbs, spices, honey, and apple cider vinegar with a spicy finish, served up with a side of the homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
We'll talk to Matt Wyatt coming up in the next hour. Mississippi State. He was frustrated, I could tell, on the Mississippi State broadcast as I was listening to the end of the Mississippi State-Kentucky game with what the Mississippi State offense had done. Patrick says 90-mile drive is hopefully what it feels like for Will Rogers every time State gets the ball Saturday night in Tuscaloosa. Trust me, it felt like it this past week up in Lexington. So we'll talk with Matt Wyatt, who's the analyst of their radio broadcast, coming up at 10:25 today. Barrett Jones has changed times with us. He's going to be with us at 11 Central, starting hour number 3, the second half of the show. That is the change in our lineup. So all that's still coming here on the next round today. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is tonight. We're out at the Grove in Hoover for our friends at Beef O'Brady's. It is Bud Light Game Night happening tonight.
We have got Alabama, Mississippi State.
Get out. That's a homecoming game. So we're giving those away?
Yeah, we're giving those
tickets away tonight?
Yeah, thanks to our friends at Adams Beverage. Yeah, we've got a pair of Alabama, Mississippi State. We will have those on hand.
So you have to come and register?
I think you got to be present.
Yeah, present to win?
Yeah, you need to be present to win. Come hang out with us, drink some Bud Light. We've got great specials, and somebody will walk out with a pair of tickets.
Get to go see the Tide and
top
the other team.
Matchup.
It's a top 25
homecoming.
matchup. That's right. Game night, Beef O'Brady's, the Grove in Hoover tonight, 5 to 7, and somewhere before 7, we will pass along a pair of tickets to go see Alabama this week against Mississippi State as part of Bud Light Game Night with the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Professor Brown is about to, I don't know if it's professor. It's going to be an educated guess, but more of a prophet, more of a prognostication. What they call the people who used to scream at the stars at night who were going to say it's the end of the world.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy.
Brown's not crazy, but going by past trends, there may be some screaming coming up in this segment where Brown is going to educate us on which.
I don't have a costume.
On which weekend coming up, and we assume it's not this weekend, or we'd have been warned sooner, which weekend's going to turn college football upside down, snow globe it. What was up is now down, what was down is now up. He says there's one weekend out there. You're about to get that after I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson. I mean, you guys know Greg, right?
Oh, yeah. I do know Greg, yes.
I mean, what a great businessman, great human being, and he's out to help you out right now. Storm Restoration Roofing is his company. He and his wife own it. They run it. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. If you have storm damage on your roof, you want a trustworthy guy, just go Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook under Greg from Pell City, or you can call him at this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Local crews, you can trust him. He's on site with his crews. You'll deal with him. In fact, I think that's his cell number, 205-542-3531. Call him up, and he'll do a free, no-cost inspection. No cost, no obligation. Gets on your roof, checks out your roof, sees if it's worn out, if it's time for a new roof. If it's got damage, if it's leaking somewhere, he'll give you a complete roof inspection, no cost, no obligation. And the insurance companies really love this guy, so that's going to help you more likely get a yes instead of a no from the insurance companies. Trust me, it's Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City on Facebook or 205-542-3531. Before we trash this weekend, I mean, we had some good games this weekend.
Well, 3 undefeateds are going down.
I don't come to trash this weekend.
Yeah, this is not a trash weekend. We got good games. It's not as good as last weekend.
No.
But it's a really good weekend of college football. And if you get into conference races, there's some really good games in conference races this weekend. We'll talk about conference races later on. But Brown is here as we approach week 8 to tell us maybe it's week 9, maybe it's week 10. Could it be 11, 12, 13, 14? Which weekend is going to bring the cards that is college football's house tumbling down?
Well, let me give you the background of what we're about to do here. I set out this morning because I was thinking yesterday.
Okay.
There's always that one upset you don't see coming, right?
Yep.
There's that one upset in college football you do not see coming, and it normally kneecaps a team and knocks them right out.
Yeah, for instance, number 7 Ole Miss this week in Baton Rouge. LT has already told you. It's happening.
It's happening.
So don't be deer in the headlights when you see Ole Miss trailing at halftime, trailing in the fourth quarter, maybe already packed up. Their fans are already down at walk-ons in Baton Rouge having a drink. I can't believe we're already over here at fourth quarter watching other games.
But
Our
that's
team's
not
down.
a surprise.
That's not when you don't see coming. I'm talking more like you remember.
Like if Iowa was to upset Ohio State
Correct.
this week.
You remember, and to use Ohio State as an example, the year Michigan State went in and beat them in Columbus. And you're like, well, I did not see that one.
Yeah, with backup quarterbacks. 2 backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, 2 backup quarterbacks. I mean, there's always that one.
That's in Amish country, by the way.
That time Mississippi State beat Alabama in 1980. Nobody saw that coming.
Okay. There's always one. You're right. There's always one that just, and it cleans the team out. So I started by saying, okay, let's go identify what might be that. I mean, that's hard to do, right? Because we don't see it coming. But where could some of these come from? So I started looking, and it seems like they happen in November. So I said, all right, I'm going to look at everybody's November schedule that's in the top 10. And I started to find a trend. Hey, a lot of these seem to be coming, at least on my list, on November 19th.
Oh, just the same weekend.
The same weekend, November 19th. And I started looking, I was 19th. Like, hey, buddy, November 19th could be the weekend that cleans out some top 10
You give
teams.
me the game, I'm going to give you the number.
Yeah, and again, now, you're going to say, Lance, I know you're going to say, never going to happen.
Okay.
But keep in mind, these are the upsets you never see coming. We would always say these are never going to happen.
So you're telling me this could be good news if I'm a 1-loss team or maybe even
if you
a
want
2-loss
chaos,
team. Oh, okay.
If you want chaos, November 19th is your day.
Say you're a USC fan.
Yep. Or maybe they're on the list.
Let's start with number 1, Georgia. November 19th, they are at Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky.
At Kentucky, Georgia.
I can see
at
it.
Kentucky.
I mean, right now, I would list Georgia as a lot's going to depend on what happens in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But I would say Georgia is a healthy 16.5, 17-point favorite.
That's one you would never see coming, right? November 19th, Ohio State. The week before they play Michigan, classic look-ahead spot on the road at 5-2 currently, Maryland.
Ooh.
Ohio State at Maryland.
Ohio State is going to be a 20.
There you go. There's one you wouldn't see coming.
Yeah, but still, sneaky good offense. That could keep games interesting.
Look-ahead game. Number 3, Tennessee is on the road at South Carolina November 19th.
A lot of people don't realize South Carolina's won 3 consecutive games after that 1-2 start. And
Yep.
Spencer Rattler is starting to heat up. He's completed over 70% in all 3 of those wins. They've got A&M this weekend. They beat A&M. They continue to get some confidence.
They got a South Carolina has a 4-game stretch right here that they could win. I mean, if they get by A&M, they can win all 4 of these games and go into that Tennessee-Georgia end that they have, or Tennessee-Clemson end that they have, and look pretty good.
Yeah, and so that's in Columbia, right?
Yes. That's what you said.
Yes, in Columbia, yes.
Yeah, that number's 10 to
Yeah.
13.
I mean, that's
Wow.
a losable game.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Number 4, Michigan that day. This is actually currently a top 20 matchup. They would host Illinois. I mean, that's the team that looks like they could potentially challenge out of that other division.
Well, we talked about this the other day. That's the old Spider-Verse one where Spider-Man's looking at Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, Illinois is great at running the football. They're great at stopping the run. That could be a tricky game. I would say right now Michigan's probably a 17 to 20-point favorite. But yeah,
again, as I pointed out with Ohio State, week before the big game that everybody's going to be talking about, classic look ahead against Maryland and against Illinois. Number 5, Clemson on November 19th, host Miami. badly disappointing Miami team. Nobody's going to argue that one.
But they've got some players and a quarterback that was better last year than he is this year. So if he's still their quarterback, he could Zach Calzada something up.
Yeah, Clemson probably a 14 to 17 point favorite.
Number 7, Ole Miss. I skipped Alabama. They play Austin Peay. Alabama's currently number 6, play Austin Peay. Zero opportunity. Lance can go ahead and say zero opportunity.
Zero chance.
Yeah.
It's the only top 11 team I'm going to skip, though.
But
Teaser.
still in Birmingham, they love the Governors.
They do.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Yes, I got you.
They're the Governors.
That's what that was.
Yeah, Rockstar didn't get that at all.
No, it's a good song.
November 19th, number 7, Ole Miss. That's how their first down guy does it on the PA. First down, Ole Miss. I heard it like a billion times.
Ole Miss will not be in the top 10 when this game comes around.
But they currently are, Lance, and they are at Arkansas that day, November 19th. Ole Miss at Arkansas.
Arkansas will end up being favored in that game.
Arkansas
3.
favored in that game, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, LT's about to tell you that Ole Miss is they pulled the plug out of their bathtub.
They're about to shit the bed.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
They're in a bubble bath, and the plug's out of the bathtub.
They shit in the tub. That's even worse.
About to be exposed.
It is bad. Number 8, TCU that day, November 19th, is at Baylor. Losable game for TCU at Baylor. They would be Baylor's disappointing, but still.
I think Baylor might end up going off the favorite. TCU's going to lose this weekend, I believe, to Kansas State.
November 19th, they play for the old Victory Bell in the Rose Bowl, as we discussed earlier. So UCLA has to face USC that day. If UCLA is still undefeated, November 19th could be the day that upends them.
I think it'll be 1 loss versus 1 loss.
You do? Yeah. But right now, let's say UCLA beats Oregon. What's the point spread in that game? UCLA, USC. USC wins the rest of theirs, too. Undefeated versus 1 loss.
I think UCLA will be a 2-point favorite.
Listen, I'm in favor of not playing the biggest rival don't have to play it at the end of the season. I'm okay with sprinkling throughout the year, but I don't like that rivalry when USC's playing Notre Dame at the very end of the year in LA. That game is a week before if you're going to play it out of sequence, not in the last weekend, play it a little earlier for me.
Well, I think it tells you who USC's biggest rival is.
It's Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame, not UCLA. Yeah. The fact that they'll move that game for a Notre Dame home game. Number 10 that day, November 19th, Oregon. Assuming they beat UCLA, they're higher than number 10. They play Utah that day. Oregon, Utah, November 19th.
In Salt Lake?
I think it is in Eugene. You could double check me, but I wrote it down in Eugene. And then number 11, Oklahoma State. That day is Bedlam, my friend. November 19th is Bedlam.
Well, back to the Oregon-Utah game, we will need to explain to Bo that there's meaningful football games in November, right?
You know he's won Iron Bowls before.
Yeah, the first year. Last couple of years, last year he wasn't even playing in November, right?
That is true. He wasn't. He was injured in November. Utah and Oregon is in Eugene.
Yeah. Right now, Oregon 3-point favorite.
I mean, that's a saucy day of football right there.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah, Bedlam is November 19th as well. So
who do they play final weekends?
All right, that game is in Norman.
Yeah.
I mean, Oklahoma never loses it, and they're getting it at home.
I put that at a pick right now. Maybe Oklahoma 3.
They moved Bedlam up so that they wouldn't meet in back-to-back weeks, just in case, right?
In the Big 12 championship
game.
Yeah.
Was it that the thinking behind that, even though maybe they didn't say that outright? You'll have to give me a second. Oklahoma. You want to see who Oklahoma State plays their final week?
Yeah.
Oklahoma State has got West Virginia at home, their final week, and I think
then the Sooners go on the road probably.
Yeah, I think they're at Baylor if I remember. No, they're at Texas Tech.
At Texas, a tricky game there.
I mean, November 19th. That's a day that.
No, that's a fun day of football.
If you need some chaos, that day has got potential chaos for you.
That is a fun day of football right there.
The Saturday before rivalry Saturday. Yeah.
Yep. Good day for Alabama. I'll go ahead and beat Joel Klatt to the punch. Good day for Alabama to be playing Austin Peay.
I mean, when you could schedule it that way, when the conference office takes care of you, the way they do Alabama, gives you that open date before Auburn.
And then the rivalry week coming up the next weekend. That's Browns. The weekend that could turn college football upside down coming up on November the 19th. The show is being brought to you today in part by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Brownie's not our bookie, but he'll tell you about MyBookie.
Oh, Jimmy D, that day you might do a little damage with mybookie.ag, the biggest online selection of odds and contests to fill all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, Major League Baseball playoffs, or play for a share of big cash prizes in the weekly blackjack tournaments. If you've been waiting for the right time to get in the action, that time is now, my friend. Sign up with mybookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND. Claim your deposit match of any deposit up to $1,000. That's right. They match your deposit, any deposit up to $1,000. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Really interesting. In the National Football League, the Cowboys, the return of Dak Prescott timed out pretty good, right? Coming off of Cooper Rush's worst game as a Cowboy.
Right, yeah.
So it worked out good. Because before this, we were sitting here going, oh, man, if Cooper keeps winning, keeps playing like he's playing, managing everything, it's going to be hard to pull him out with Dak Prescott. But now
some people said that.
But now the way he looked the last game, it times out perfectly for Dak to be back running to 1 reps and being back as the starter this week.
Look, Cooper wasn't making mistakes up until last weekend, but he still was the ultimate game manager. And Dak is a borderline top 10 quarterback that you're paying a lot of money to. So I don't really think it was ever a question.
When you look at the NFL schedule right now, who is in desperate need of a win? I know my Buccaneers are. They're at Carolina this weekend. By the way, if you're looking for a daily fantasy play, Mike Evans is like a little blanket for Tom Brady. When he needs his little comfort blanket, it's Mike Evans. And Tom Brady needs that this weekend. Guaranteed 2 touchdowns for Mike Evans this weekend. You're going to play him on your daily fantasy.
Yeah, look,
who else needs a win this weekend?
Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay goes on the road. Tyler Heinicke is going to be starting for the Commanders now that Carson Wentz had surgery on that thumb. I don't think it really matters who's quarterbacking for the Commanders. But that's a game. You couldn't lose a game at home to the Jets, and you did. The Jets are improved, but now you go to Washington. It's a game you've got to win. If they lose, they go to 3-4.
Yeah. I'll give you one. Cincinnati is playing host to the Falcons, who have been surprisingly competitive for a team a lot of people said was playing for the first pick. They've played actually pretty well.
There's, the Falcons, when you really dive into it, should be 5-1.
Yeah, They should be.
You give them the Buccaneers win?
Yeah.
All because of that penalty on Brady? You think they get the ball back and score a touchdown and win the game?
I do.
And they were very close to beating your Rams, too. I mean, they had a shot at the end zone to beat your Rams. You'd have gotten the ball back, but still, you never know. Falcons are 3-3. They're playing at the Bengals. Here's why it's important for the Bengals, because, boy, that division is mired at 500 right there. And the Ravens and the Browns play Sunday. So if Cincinnati can get a win over the Falcons, where they're almost a touchdown favorite at home, you could get a leg up on definitely one of those teams. You take the lead in your division.
Well, sticking in that division, Baltimore. Lamar Jackson has been awful in second halves the last few games. Baltimore desperately needs a win right now, and Lamar needs to get that confidence going in the right direction.
They are a blown, a 24-point lead to Miami and a 17-point lead to Buffalo, away from being one of the best teams of the AFC, one of the best teams of the NFL.
And two of the, to me, the toughest teams to play that probably have played better than what their records are, but they still have good records. Giants and Jaguars, that's 2 teams that have looked really good so far this year, Giants and Jaguars.
Well, Brian Daboll's your NFL Coach of the Year right now. I think this is where it starts to come apart. I think they're kind of smoke and mirrors a little bit.
Yeah, Jaguars look really good.
Yeah, I mean, the Jaguars are playing solid football right now. So I like the Jaguars. They're favored in that game.
Now we can't dance around 2 of the bigger games. One of them is, I think, you can't make the Chiefs the best game every week.
Well, they're good.
Chiefs and 49ers. I can't wait to see that game. Chiefs offense against that great 49ers defense. That's one of those contrasting styles that'll be fun to watch.
Chiefs slight favorite. They're coming off a loss. San Francisco's coming off what is deemed a bad loss because it was a double-digit loss to the Falcons. Garoppolo did not play well. I think this is probably a bounce-back game for San Francisco.
And then your Dolphins desperately needs a win. They're going to get Tua back, right?
Tua is starting. A lot of things in that game Sunday night, the NBC game. Number one, the Dolphins are wearing the proper uniform. They are honoring the 72 undefeated team, 50-year anniversary of that, so they will
those guys ever get honored?
They will be. They don't have to pop champagne this year. That's already done. They will be in the proper uniform this week. So you'll want to see the Dolphins in the proper uniform. Actually, it's not done. Philadelphia's still undefeated.
Philly's still unbeaten.
So they will pop the champagne at some point. So if you want to see the greatest uniform that should come back, you can see that Sunday night against the Steelers. Tua is making his return. He met the media yesterday, kind of gave some scary details about that deal in Cincinnati. He says he remembers the first part of the game, doesn't remember getting knocked out, doesn't remember getting carted off, kind of remembers the ambulance ride to the hospital. But
what would have been scarier if he'd have said, who was the game before that they played?
Buffalo.
Yeah.
The one where everybody thought he should have gone out.
I remember the hit when my head hit the turf in Buffalo, and I got up and I fell down. I don't remember making the trip to Cincinnati.
So I don't remember anything after that.
This is the first thing I remember.
Yeah,
that would be scary.
That would have been scarier. That I don't remember the trip to Cincinnati at all.
But he also says doctors have told him he's not in danger of early CTE or anything like that. So that is the good news. Yeah, he's making his start. The Steelers are down to a backup with Kenny Pickett out. Dolphins about a touchdown favorite Sunday night.
Yeah, Trubisky will start that game. Would love to see Kenny Pickett start.
Yeah, but and on Monday night too, real quick, Dunaway. I know it's Bears-Patriots, but Mac Jones appears to be back healthy. He's back at practice, but there are a lot of people saying, do you go away from Bailey Zappi now?
Yeah.
Back to Mac Jones.
Could Zappi be the quarterback of the future?
Yeah.
It burns fast in the NFL, man.
I mean, it does. They thought it was Mac Jones last year. He kind of hit a rookie wall last year, and he hasn't been pre-injury wasn't great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do there.
That'll be fun to watch on Monday night. The truth of the matter is 4 teams are on a bye just about every week this time of year. 4 playoff teams are on a bye this week. Buffalo, Philadelphia, the Rams, and the Vikings, all not playing this week, and that's 4 teams you probably expect to see in the playoffs, and they're sitting at the house this week.
Maybe the NFC is really interesting. I mean, it's bottlenecked up. I mean, outside of the Eagles, who's kind of separated themselves, we still don't believe in the Giants.
Yeah,
but really, what we thought were going to be good teams, and your Bucks, Packers, Rams, all at 500.
Fun weekend of the NFL starts tonight with the not fun game. New Orleans and Arizona. You'll see it on Amazon Prime with Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. We'll watch it as well. And we've got Thursday night college football tonight with a little local flavor going. You've got Troy and South Alabama down there in Mobile. South Alabama's only lost this season to nationally ranked UCLA. 6:30 on ESPNU if you want to watch the Trojans and the Jaguars. Their battle for the belt down there in Mobile tonight. Also a little Virginia, Georgia Tech. 6:30 on ESPN. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. The coach, the doc at Greystone Chiropractic, he's fired up about those uniforms this
Dr.
weekend,
Lee,
too.
yeah, big Dolphins fan. They've also got Element Wellness Center there, elementwellness.me to find out more information. Cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, and IV vitamin therapy. If you're lacking energy, if you have a lot of illnesses, you don't look your best, their IVs are designed to help increase energy, enhance immune response, and reduce the signs of aging. Elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me, right there with Greystone Chiropractic. Highway 119 just off 280 in Tattersall Park. Matt Wyatt talks Mississippi State, Alabama in about 5 minutes on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principle business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Here we go as we move throughout the show. One of those shows where we need to pop the Ghost Energy drink, one of the proud sponsors of our show right here as we talk a little more college football. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I listen to every Mississippi State broadcast, but I always enjoy it when I do. And our buddy Matt Wyatt, I'm interested to talk to him to find out if he was I know he was disappointed with the outcome, but he sounded a little frustrated with the offense in the second half.
Okay.
I know him, and I thought I could hear it in his voice, so we'll talk a little state football as they come to town.
All right, Matt Wyatt coming right up. A reminder, Nichols Outfitters preparing for a load of new inventory, Q1 of 2023. So for this quarter, Q4 this year, big sale. Select items 30 to 50% off. Don't wait long. What you want will be gone. Nichols Outfitters, clearing the shelf space, and you can help them do it. 30 to 50% off select items now till 2023 at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Matt Wyatt joins us from Starkville now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Matt? How are you?
Hey, boys. How are y'all doing? I'm coming through loud and clear from the parking lot.
Yes, I see that. You got a good spot already. Were you in fact frustrated, as Dunaway indicated in your voice?
I mean, how could you not be, right? Like, part of it, I guess, is former quarterback here, like offense. I like it. And in order to get offense, you got to run offensive plays. And State, because of the way that game went, I mean, it was like a plan that Kentucky came in there and just absolutely executed it. State ran 47 offensive plays in that game.
Wow.
And I think, so Kentucky was well over 70. State ran 47 plays. Kentucky's offense had the ball for 40 minutes. State had it for 20. And if you're having 1-2 play scoring drives, well, time of possession. But this was one of those games where it was really telling. So a lot of the frustration was just the offense wasn't on the field, and Neil Price, my broadcast partner, at one point during one of the commercial breaks in the second half, looked at me and he goes, "It just feels like defense is going to have to score." And that's what happened. You get a pick six, in the fourth quarter by Mr. Pick Six, Emmanuel Forbes. I think that's like 4 or 5 of those now in his career. Made it a 3-point game because you got a defensive score, right? But offense just had a really, a night where they were completely out of sync for the most part.
Well, the offense has been really out of sync against Nick Saban, at least Mike Leach's offense. You know, I think it's well documented now, Matt, that they haven't scored a touchdown. He's 0-2, not only against the numbers straight up, but they've been outscored 90-9. I mean, how does that change, you know, from one year to the very next?
Man, I don't know. But if I knew, I'd walk about 200 yards that way over to the football facility and tell them. Because, look, there's this element of you got to be careful because you kind of sound like a whiner. I'm not whining about it at all, really. It's just I'm trying to look at reality. And there is this element, Lance, of Alabama's roster year in and year out. Let's be real. It is more closely related to an NFL roster than it is some of these other college rosters in terms of 4- and 5-star talent, stacking it up for 5 and 6 years at a time, which is what makes up your roster. A few years ago, Dan Mullen said before one of these games, hey, Alabama's got more 5-stars on its punt team than we have on our team. Guess what? It wasn't an exaggeration. It's the absolute truth. Okay, so that's what you have in college football. Those are the gaps. That's the gaps in terms of talent across a roster. It's not just your first team. That second and third team matters. So that is part of it. I mean, it is. You can't get past that's part of that kind of dominating stat. And so that's why, I look at a game like last week and go, well, why'd you lose? What's the excuse? What is it? Because it ain't players. It can't be. When you can't stack up 4- and 5-star players for 5 and 6 years leading up to what you have now, if you're Alabama, and give me a good reason why you should lose to Tennessee. Is it one great coach or one great player? But there's really no excuse. So what it says is even that ultra talented roster, in order to get beat, has to have a bad day against some of these teams. That's where it is. They have to have a bad day. They have to not protect. Look at the A&M game last year for Alabama. I mean, Bryce Young was a magician just to have him in the game with the lack of protection that he had last year. So somebody asked me this week, what State got to do to have a chance? You have to dominate the line of scrimmage in order to have a chance against this Alabama team. Now, you tell me, does anybody expect you to do that when you go into Tuscaloosa after they just got whipped last week? The answer is no. Nobody expects that. So that's what State's up against. For them, Lance, it'll have to be catching lightning in a bottle. You go out there and take lots of risks, and they pay off. You get, like Ole Miss several years ago, you get 5 turnovers and a ball bounces off somebody's helmet for a touchdown. I mean, that's what you're looking at. You need to have happen to have a chance to pull something off.
We've been friends a long time. You and I could sit in a room and watch game tape together, and you not say anything, and at the end, you'd say, okay, Jim, what did you learn? I would talk to you about colors and atmosphere and tradition and energy. I would talk nothing football. But my little pea brain says the reason Mike Leach's offense isn't as successful against Alabama as, say, Tennessee's is because Tennessee challenges Alabama deep. The Alabama's DBs seem to struggle covering guys deep for some reason. And it seems like Mike Leach doesn't throw the ball deep. Like he tries to play within a 10-yard window, and that's where this Alabama team is really good. Now, that's above my color and energy pay scale, but I feel like I'm pretty good with the Mike Leach offense here.
Hey, well, I'm going to tell you what, whatever you're drinking in that can over there, I need some of it because it's obviously working. It's obviously working. What I would say, Jim, is you're right on track. Okay. And think along these lines. Start with this. What has to happen to a defense in order to get safeties up and some one-on-one coverage so that guy running that deep route gets totally behind the defense and wide open? What has to happen to cause that?
To me, Tennessee has to ran the football a little bit, and that brought those guys up.
Something has to happen near the line of scrimmage to really threaten that defense, to bring them up, to get them closer to the line of scrimmage, to make them make a mistake on the back end because they're so concerned about something else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so for Tennessee, the way Tennessee gets it done is how? They RPO like crazy, and they go so fast that at times the defense is just struggling to get lined up and get the call before they snap the ball. That's the way they do it. They do it with RPO and speed, and the RPO is our run. They have a big run element built in. So Tennessee's executing what they do so well in the RPO stuff and in the run game. They get people out of position. You get a one-on-one and a run by. Well, State in the air raid, they're trying to do the same thing. They're just doing it a different way. And that is, we're going to complete the ball in the flat to our running back and make 4 yards after that completion so often and so consistently that you come up, you get tired of coming up and tackling him. You get a little soft. You come up earlier than you should. And next thing you know, we're 4 verticals and we run by you because you're coming up and making tackles. You're coming because we are so proficient at completing the ball in this underneath zone. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, against teams like A&M and Arkansas, who their 3-man pass rush is not getting there. And Will Rogers is just doing this one after the other, after the other, after the other. And here they come trying to make a play to get off the field. And that's when you go up top. Well, it doesn't work against everybody when a Kentucky is whipping you at the line of scrimmage. Look, Quinston Sharp, your starting center, a 6-year guy, leaves the game in the first quarter. Your pass protection isn't as good. You start to get more penetration. Quarterback hurries, throw it incomplete, a little behind the guy, and the defense kind of gets some momentum. So that's a lot to say that against Alabama, they've had the kind of athletes, namely an Anderson, who we can say, we're only going to rush 3 and we're still going to get there and hit you. And last year, Anderson had 7 sacks?
Mm-hmm.
So there's the difference.
Matt Wyatt with us at Radio Wyatt. If you want to follow him on Twitter, you'll hear him with the Mississippi State broadcast. Also, Hell State Plus is the project he is so instrumental with. Hell State Plus, you can subscribe there, the Dog Daily. He does there with Hell State Plus. See all of that at Matt's Twitter account or hellstate.com/plus for all you Mississippi State fans. Good time to jump on board with that. But true or false on what you're talking about? Mike Leach has run the ball more this year. True or false?
Yes, with a slight little asterisk, though. I think, Ryan, it's more Will Rogers running the ball
all right.
than it is Mike Leach. The way the offense works and is sort of designed to work, when it gets going, there aren't that many calls for run plays coming in from the sideline during the game. On that little bitty note card that Mike Leach holds over there, what it is Will Rogers, a quarterback, reading the box. They call it a soft box or a run box. Defenses are as the offense gets better and better, defenses are less anxious to get more people in that box because they want to take away passing lanes. They want to put people in coverage. So what's happening, you watch the A&M game, you watch Arkansas, they go 3-man front and only have 1, maybe 2 linebackers anywhere near the box. And so he goes to line of scrimmage, he gives a signal, they run the ball inside zone, and we'll continue to do it until that defense stops it. And it's coming from the quarterback primarily. So yes, they have done more of it, especially in the early part of the year against these other teams. And Kentucky used 4 guys at the line of scrimmage a little more, and it seemed to put State in a slowdown mode. And that was a big difference in the game. It's like, okay, we're not getting that 3-man front as much, and Will was taking a little more time in the play clock to read and look, and linemen are sitting in their stance longer, and you got some false starts, and you get against the chains. And the one drive they went and scored against Kentucky, they went tempo and just snapped the ball and ran a play. I think that's what you'll see them try to do more this weekend.
Nathaniel Watson coming off 17 tackles. I didn't get to watch a lot of the game. I was up in Knoxville. Was that all legit? The pride of Maplesville. 17 tackles in a game. That's ridiculous.
He was everywhere, and I'm gonna tell you, he's one of the more underrated defensive players in the SEC lands. He will play NFL football. Big, thick, great tackler. He's the leader of the defense. He's the voice. He can really run. And, it was legit, and you're playing a game where they were running the ball at you, giving it to Rodriguez as much as you did, but it was sort of a dream game for a linebacker. So Nathaniel was able to be all over the place. And he, I guess a week before against Arkansas, he had to miss the first half of the Arkansas game because of a previous week targeting in the second half that he got against A&M. So ever since he got back in that second half of the Arkansas game, it's kind of been like in makeup mode for Watson. He's really been playing well.
Don't sell the Arkansas game plan short. There was a moment I was watching that I thought Emory Bellard was coaching Mississippi State, so don't sell him short. Best coffee you had recently? Do you stay with the same brand all the time, or do you bounce around?
I stay with the same brand pretty much, and it comes from a place not far from where I live, Jim, in New Albany, Mississippi. It's about 15 minutes northwest of Tupelo, and I got a friend up there. He's got a coffee roaster called High Point.
Right.
High Point Roasters. And so he gets his hands on some of this. It's Ethiopian Yirgacheffe. It's a certain type that he goes and gets the beans, brings them back and roasts them, and he sends them to me. And so that's what I'm on right now. It might be as good as whatever's in your can right there, but I think it'd give it a run.
Well, I'm drinking the Ghost Energy drink, which is a proud sponsor, and it's delicious. It'll keep you hyped up for sure. That's interesting there. I was just wondering how close we are to Matt Wyatt opening a coffee shop or something. So it sounds like you and High Point could get together there.
We definitely could. The guy, Dan Skinner, runs it. I call him Dan the Coffee Man, and he keeps me caffeinated. He definitely keeps me caffeinated.
All right, here's Matt Wyatt. Do a couple things. Go follow him on Twitter at Radio Wyatt. If you are a Mississippi State fan, they are pumping out some great content there. Hellstate.com/plus. Hellstate Plus. You can go to hellstate.com/plus. If you're a State fan, you will absolutely love it. The Dog Daily and a lot of other good behind-the-scenes stuff. And Matt is instrumental in that. Matt, we can't thank you enough for the time, man. Always great talking with you.
It's always great talking with y'all too, guys. Good to see you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Matt Wyatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Wouldn't it be funny, though, if you, in that situation, you had a website that you do only positive news, like Hell State, Hail State, and then one just for negative news, Hell State. That'd be a good one.
Hell.
Yeah, the Hell. Hell State.
You ought to be an inventor.
You really should. Jim in meetings is amazing.
After the Mississippi State loss, I don't go to Hell State. I go to Hell State.
The all shucks.
Hellstate.com.
You need to do billboards for the regions.
Some of those are good.
That was Hell Irwin was Hell Yeah, right? HALE. Yeah.
That's really good. Daily updates, DALY updates, John Daly.
Yeah.
It's a cheese factor a little bit there. Our show being brought to you today by our friends at Backyard Adventure. If you're looking for a great opportunity to make some special times with the kids in your life, not just your kids, right? The whole neighborhood can come over if you're a nice person and like to have the neighborhood kids over too. If you ever put in a Backyard Adventure playground, your house becomes the number one house on your street in your neighborhood. And why not make some great memories with your kids right now by going to backyardalabama.com. backyardalabama.com. That's a familiar name with those of you here in the Birmingham area. But if you're watching us in Nashville and Huntsville and Chattanooga and Atlanta or anywhere in the Southeast, they're coming soon if they're not already in your city. Backyardalabama.com. You can go to that website and find out right now. They'll have a link if you have a location in your neighborhood in Atlanta or anywhere else. Backyardalabama.com. And they're still taking reservations for Christmas for that special time of year. We're talking about quality 100% play sets in your backyard. Made with 100% cedar right here. Lifetime warranties. It's thick wood, not that thin, cheap construction you get at some other places, big box stores. This is the play set you want right there. They take care of you. They put it together. They assemble it. They maintain it. They take it down when your kids grow up. They have landscaping and all of that. And they also sell alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals. Go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or call them up, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. We talked about Jermaine Burton being disciplined inside the Alabama program to start the show and what Nick Saban said last night about that. More college football news coming up. And don't forget Bud Light game night tonight. One other note, sort of coming out of SEC basketball media days yesterday, but also, more importantly, probably on the football side, Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark saying this week that Texas and Oklahoma are committed to staying in the Big 12 to July 25th. The way he said it, July of 2025 is what I should say.
That's significantly different, yes.
July of 2025. He says Texas and Oklahoma are committed to staying in the Big 12 until July of 2025. Now, the way he said it, it didn't make it sound like they were contractually committed, that they were, and they are, but they were going to honor that contract and not pay the buyout to get there. I still don't believe that's going to happen. But the more he talks like that, he makes it sound like that is the plan. Do you think it's just that's the way he has to go about his business?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think it's there. At some point, I'm sure, Lance, there are dollar figures being tossed back and forth here, and at some point, they're finally going to meet up.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be sooner than later, but I tell you, if I'm Brent Venables or Steve Sarkisian, the way the SEC East is growing now, I want to slow play this.
Slow play it a little bit?
Yeah.
There's no way we're going to have the expanded playoffs for 2023, it doesn't look like. But if they announce here in the next few months that we do have it all worked out for 2024, do you think that speeds it up a little bit?
Yeah.
No need to rush to another conference with only 4 spots open. But if they get to 12, maybe that fast forwards all these moves.
Yeah. It's
going to be weird next year with Texas, Oklahoma, UCF, Cincinnati, all them in the same week.
I know. But, I mean, that's good for those schools, though. At least they get a taste of Texas, Oklahoma as a Big 12 member. Make them feel like they've played in the real Big 12 at least a couple of years.
Yeah. Interesting yesterday from Brett Yormark coming out from the Big 12 Media Days for basketball. All right, a lot more to do here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. The hotline's open, 205-734-0923. Barrett Jones returns to the show at the top of the hour, Brownie.
Hey, right now they're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. That means you save at Johnston RV Center, like the 2022 Clipper 9.0 TD Express, less than 1,500 pounds, so it's easily towable. Fully equipped, deluxe package, exterior grill, all of that for just $139 a month with 10% down and approved credit. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principle business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Back with you on the Next Round. By the way, if you watch the Chargers kicker, Dustin Hopkins, last week, kick field goals and fall to the ground in pain afterwards. He's out 2 to 4 weeks with a hamstring injury, so he played through pain. So I guess we can take back all the bad things that have been said on sports talk throughout the years about kickers.
Yeah. No, he did. Look, and I mean, he won the game for him.
He did, played through that.
4 field goals.
Scott, the former Alabama punter, could have gone out and attempted field goals. I think he even tried a couple at Alabama.
J.K. Scott, because he took over the kickoff duties.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess he's your emergency.
But I guess they went better this guy on one good leg than J.K. with 2 good legs. They're not his normal thing.
Oh, and by the way, they had to have him. I mean, that was a game they won in overtime. They had to have a kicker.
Yeah. I think he kicked 4 field goals in that game or something. Yeah, it was pretty big. So, too, is our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, Buzzed, and they'll help you with your parties this holiday season and football weekends.
Yeah, look, the weekend is almost here. The fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service found on your app store, B-U-Z-D. Download it today. That's B-U-Z-D. Use the code NEXTROUND, 15% off that first order. They've got the cannabis, including the Delta 8, alcohol, great bourbons, red wines, craft beers, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get Buzz. That's B-U-Z-D. Download that app today.
Okay, I've looked over a couple of times, and my first guess was you have a massive headache. But secondly, I think you're fighting off sneezing a couple of times.
Yeah.
I've looked over, and is it a sneeze? You're fighting off sneezing?
So last night when we were doing trivia at Odie's, I looked over at Rockstar and I was like, are your allergies bothering you? And I think it's a change of seasons. It happens to me twice every year, once this time of year, one time in the spring when we start getting hotter. And
there is a ragweed that comes out this time of year in the state of Alabama that people if people aren't from around here, they're like, you got allergies this time of year? It's worse for me this time of year than it is in the spring.
It's killing me. I didn't sleep. I'm kind of achy right now, but I'm battling trying not to sleep. I took a little Flonase this morning, the first time in forever. Took some Zyrtec. It's working a little bit, but not great.
Oh, maybe you're just stoned. I mean, Flonase and Zyrtec, and you're all hopped up on meds.
Yeah, I'm all Zyrtec'd up too. I mean, my nose has been stopped up for a good 3 months.
You need to see some
help. I'm telling you, there's nothing like, and look, this is just a speed bump, but there's nothing like feeling 100% healthy. We don't take that enough. We take it for granted.
Yeah, you don't appreciate it until you're sick.
Yeah.
But when you're off a little bit and you get back to feeling 100, you notice it for a brief moment. You're like, oh man, I can breathe. I feel great today. No headache,
life
nothing.
Is great.
Yeah.
That was the one side of the pillow last night. if I would lay my head this way, I couldn't breathe. I'd have to lay it the other way.
Oh, wow.
I'm horrible. I learned this in Knoxville because I went and Jimmy Instant knew he was staying at a bad hotel. So I swung by.
Didn't you see a roach?
I did. So I swung by Bed Bath & Beyond to buy a pillow because I didn't want to sleep on those pillows.
You had quite the weekend.
How much was the pillow?
I bought a $109 pillow, Brown.
Wow.
How much was the hotel room?
The hotel room was $120 something.
Why would you not just combine those two and get a better hotel room?
Yeah, that would have made sense. I don't think those were available, Brown. I would have needed to get into the $850 a night range.
They were. You just had to look around.
Yeah. So I bought on the fly. But I bought the pillow. It's too thick for me. So now I'll never use this pillow again. Does anyone want to buy a slightly used pillow that's been used on an Alabama losing weekend at a $120 Knoxville hotel room by I-75? I'll sell it right now on Facebook.
How much? If you got it for $109, what are you going to sell it for?
What are you willing to drop?
I just want it out of my house, to be honest with you.
Rockstar, if I got him down to $39.99, would you say yes?
Yeah, can I pick it up at your house?
So we'll have it in our social command center with Taylor. She'll give it to you.
Center.
Do you like flat or thick pillows?
I like flat pillows.
I do too, but I think it's really affecting my neck. I've got a long neck, and my neck, when I just turn
Humble
now,
brag, I have a long neck.
You get a Merton Hanks head neck?
No, I do. Willie McGee, Merton Hanks.
Merton Hanks look like a bobblehead. You know that helmet on?
I've got a longer neck, and so I think it does affect when I use the flat pillow. Although I like using the flat pillow, I think I'm going to have to go to more of a thicker pillow.
Yeah, I like the big, thick pillow that I bought, and thick pillows like that. When I'm just watching television, lean back on it. When it's time to sleep, I almost want it flat on the ground. I like a really thin pillow.
Jack wants to know, is the pillow tear stained? He got back to his hotel room.
It actually
had a
is.
good cry.
It is, and somewhere deep in that, what's that foam that kicks that
memory foam?
Memory foam.
Yeah.
Deep in that memory foam is some tearful, sad version of Rocky Top.
Yeah, actual depressing memories in that memory foam.
Oh, Rocky Top.
Lunsford says the same head that protected Nick Saban slept here.
Put a plaque up. All right, that's the first half of our show. A lot to get to, including Barrett Jones, who is in Knoxville for the Tears as well. He'll join us coming up. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment LT. We'll have a poll question in a moment that'll go out at Next Round Live on Twitter. Don't forget to go follow us on Twitter. If you follow us everywhere else but not Twitter, give us a follow on Twitter as well at Next Round Live.
Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution. From rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts, cowan.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
As a U.S. Navy SEAL, Jared Hudson fought for us to keep America a safer place to live. He's trained hundreds of law enforcement officers across the nation and served in the ranks himself. Jared Hudson wants to be your sheriff, where he can protect Jefferson County, you, and your family.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Tony Elliott desperately needs a win tonight. Virginia's in Atlanta to play Georgia Tech, where it's Brent Key, right?
That is right, the interim coach.
He's taking over Georgia Tech and has them in the division championship race. So that's an interesting game tonight, 6:30 ESPN, Virginia and Georgia Tech. And then Troy and South Alabama, a meaningful Sun Belt game in Mobile, where South Alabama's only loss this year is to nationally ranked UCLA, 6:30 on ESPNU. So we get back to football tonight. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Your way to win the tailgate is champyschicken.com. The hand-cut chicken fingers, the great chicken platters, the po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You get it all, and it's open for lunch right now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's champyschicken.com.
We always love talking to Alabama great Barrett Jones. He was part of the broadcast of the Alabama-Tennessee game on Saturday there on the Crimson Tide Sports Network as John Parker Wilson stepped away for a week. And Barrett is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's going on, Barrett? It's been too long. That's our fault. How are you?
What's up, guys? How we doing? I'll probably never be invited back. Coach Saban's kind of superstitious, so I sub in for 1 week, and then that defensive performance ensues. So at least I got to see Dunaway in the box.
That's right.
I was proud of Dunaway for making the trip. He's still out there beating the pavement. You guys have kind of reached a point in your careers where you aren't as hungry anymore and still out there grinding.
Yeah.
So you got to take your hat off to them. I see some complacency flanking him on either side.
I have not told Brown the line yet. Since you passed on doing ESPN anymore, can you tell him your theory on why you have not been on our show in a long, long time?
Yeah, well, I just said I think Brown, I beat him so many times in a row at golf, he finally just didn't want to invite me back anymore. But it's a good time to catch me, Brown. I mean, with second kid, I mean, I've gone from like a 0.8 to like a 4.3. So it's I'm trending in the wrong direction. You should have, and I know, I mean, Jim, your kids are in college now. You got no excuse on being a bad golfer.
Oh, yeah, he plays all the time.
Yeah, he plays more than Brown now.
That's what I've heard. I've heard he's trending. I heard he's over here breaking 90 and just firing at pins. I love that.
Well, put it this way. I've taken 9 strokes off my handicap this year. You guys can't do that because you don't have 9 to take off.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Hey, so 17 penalties. Did you commit 17 penalties in 4 years at Alabama? Seriously.
That's a serious question.
It really is a serious
Not
question.
even close. I don't know how many I committed, but every single one I didn't commit was a bad call because I never actually committed penalties. I don't know how many I committed, but it was definitely not 17. It might have been 5. So yeah, it was ridiculous. Honestly, I mean, I know we're going to talk about it a lot. You know, the week I have you on, it's just a lot of mourning and weeping and gnashing of teeth. But it was a ridiculous performance. I can't get over the penalties. Like, I mean, so many of them are just really dumb things. And at some point, you know, like it's easy to say. It's a great tagline to be like, well, that's a fixable thing. Let's go fix the penalties. But at some point, it's a trend. You know, I mean, it's 15 penalties against Texas, 17 now. I mean, this is not just like a fluky kind of thing. This is just a team that's undisciplined and commits a lot of penalties. It's just not something we're used to saying about a Nick Saban coach team. I think, what are they, 129 out of 131 in FBS? I mean, that's not like a fluky deal. So. And I mean, look, I know I've heard all the, you know, the refs, yada, yada, like were some of the calls, you know, maybe a little ticky-tack, maybe, but there were other ones that we got away with. It averages out. We're just committing a lot of penalties. So yeah, it was egregious. And I don't really know what the answer to it is. It's not a quick fix to just yell at them and say, stop committing penalties. It's not quite that simple.
Yeah. I mean, and please echo that again for the fans. Some were ticky-tacky, but you got away from some, which got away with some. But even the ticky-tacky ones don't add up to 17. And it's not just penalties with this team when it comes to being undisciplined. Like a couple of the late penalties, we've seen Anderson have one in the Texas game. We've seen Tua
have one in the Arkansas
game.
Yeah.
And then the special teams this week, you know, playing that ball that's rolling around on the ground. Those are things that championship teams don't, not just Nick Saban and Alabama teams don't do. Any championship team doesn't do that. Are you telling me you can't coach out this point in the season undisciplined play?
You can help. You know, maybe you could bench some guys who are committing penalties, but I mean, in general, I mean, look, I'm not saying we're going to have 17 penalties every single game. Obviously, that's a little bit of an anomaly, but you know, I'm a math guy, you know, so there's kind of like a bar, you know, where you have standard deviation on every side. You got the median for this team is like so much higher than normal teams. So, you know, this is real statistics, but like, you know, the standard deviation, like the very top range is going to be like 17, right? And the bottom range is a lot higher than it used to be. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like it's going to happen every single game where we have 17, but in general, there's just going to be more penalties because this is an undisciplined team, and I don't really know how to fix that. So yeah, it is it's kind of a culture mindset thing that takes a long time to develop, and I'm surprised because I thought the leadership on this team was really good. Just looking at some of the names, and maybe it is really good. I'm not in the locker rooms. I'm not saying bad leadership, but generally good leadership, you know, is a big impact on that, because I think a lot of that kind of stuff is very player enforced. You know, obviously the coaches are going to yell about it, but coaches are going to yell about everything. And when the players hold each other accountable, then that generally helps things. So I'm not reporting the news. I don't know how the culture is in the locker room. I've heard there's a lot of great guys in this team. And so that I think is why it's so surprising to me, because there's been some teams, you know, just kind of talking internally that maybe like they're not liked as much by Coach Saban and the staff. Like they're like, this team, the leaders in this team are kind of not great guys, you know, whereas this is not one of those teams. So that's why it's so shocking to me that you're seeing this type of play.
Barrett Jones is with us, the Alabama great, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We've talked a lot about receivers this week, and some say we have been too tough on them, that we're holding them to a high standard because we've seen Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle and Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs and Amari Cooper and Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley come through this program under Nick Saban. You've watched them on TV. You saw them with your own eyes. I know they don't live up to those guys I just mentioned, but are we too hard on Alabama's receivers, you think?
No. I mean, you're right. There's a high standard that's been created, but these guys have been very disappointing, have really underperformed. Look, I'll say one thing positive. I thought that was Bryce Young's best game in an Alabama jersey. Like, I thought he was unbelievable. I mean, seriously unbelievable in that game. Going back and watching some of the tape, he absolutely balled out. I mean, he played so well, coming off an injury especially, and, you know, creating when he had to, because there's not a lot of separation being downfield by those guys. But there's so many drops, and there's so many miscommunications being in the stadium and kind of understanding how things worked. Like, there were 4 or 5 times where, you know, he was going over and talking to a guy afterwards and saying, hey, did you not see the audible I called? And it was clear that they ran the wrong route. So, yeah, I mean, a big one there, just for example, 3rd and 10, the end of the game. That last sequence was so painful because after everything that happened, 2nd and 10, you know, Gibbs having the little angle route in the middle of the field, which Gibbs is unbelievable. He dropped that ball. And I think he could have scored. I mean, a safety hadn't tackled him the entire game. So he gets that ball in open space. And then the 3rd and 10, I think Bryce had the exact look he wanted. He made a check at the line, and it looked like Jermaine Burton did get the signal because as soon as that play was over, he ran over there and yelled at Jermaine Burton. Him and Latu were yelling at Burton about running the wrong route. So there's just so many things like that, and not to mention just some egregious drops. The Trayshawn Holden drop early in the game, and several more. Burton dropped one. I mean, it's been all year, though. And, again, at some point it becomes a trend. And so, yeah, I think the receiver play has been bad, not just just from my eye, not just in the fact that they're not as good and they create separation. That to me is a little bit out of their control. I mean, they're just not as good players. Maybe they can be eventually, but just the miscommunication and the drops have been really bad. And so, yeah, it's been a really just disappointing position group. I was hoping that someone would step up, and hasn't really happened so far. And again, I keep hearing, okay, it's okay, JoJo Earl and Tyler Harrell are coming. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the rescue plan we all think it is. So, you know, at some point you're gonna have to start executing better. So, yeah, that's a big issue.
From the start of 2020 to week 4 of this year, Will Weichert was considered one of the best kickers in football, 42 of 48. The last 3 games, he's 3 of 7. You can understand missing a 50-yard field goal, but when a kicker goes into a funk like this, do you, as a teammate, support or stay away from them?
Good question. I would love to say support. I mean, to be honest with you, I always just stay away from the kickers. You know, it's kickers. It's a different deal, and you know, they kind of have their own little deal over there. Like, you know, they have meetings, but I mean, they're getting a lot of downtime. So I don't know how every team is, but at our team they're a little bit removed from the team. You know, I mean, of course I talk to them, but I don't have any coaching points for them. I mean, so I kind of stayed away. I liked some of our kickers and talked to them socially, but as far as you know, giving them pointers on kicking, I just always wanted to score touchdowns and never rely on kickers. So that was our method, and you know, it didn't always work, as you saw during my time in Alabama. So every time we have a big kick, I just miss it, to be honest with you. I mean, it's just field goal. Like, yeah, I don't care how good our kickers are, we're going to miss it, and so we need to score touchdowns.
Well, and back to your point there, you always wanted to score touchdowns. Do you feel, because everybody's talking about clock management on that final possession, when you get it down to the 32 of Tennessee, you throw 3 consecutive times, a lot of people felt like they should have burned clock, make sure Tennessee doesn't get the ball back in regulation. Do you think Alabama was going for a touchdown in that situation?
That's ridiculous, I think. I've seen that. I mean, they got the ball back with 15 seconds. I mean, what? I mean, that's for most defenses, 15 seconds on the 30. I mean, you got no chance to put points on the board there. I mean, it's time for 2 plays, and they both were big plays. I mean, play any decent defense. I've heard that take too. I think that's ridiculous. I mean, I thought the clock management was pretty good, and yeah, they were certainly trying to leave time on there to advance the ball. Still had timeouts left, so yeah, I don't agree with that at all. And I mean, 15 seconds, any coach is going to be like, oh yeah, that's nothing. So yeah, I mean, I thought the clock management was really good. And again, the drive was going 2nd and 10, great. I thought it was a great play call, kind of conservative. You don't want to push the ball downfield. Love the matchup we created, and we just dropped it. So, it's you hate that it rears its head at a time like that, especially a player to Gibbs' caliber. But I thought the execution down the stretch was good. And look, I've heard the Bill O'Brien criticism too. I mean, we scored 42 points and we had a bunch of drops. So, I mean, we got a lot bigger fish to fry than that deal. I mean, I'll just tell you X's and O's wise. I know you didn't ask this, but the thing that's baffling to me is, from a football perspective, your strong safety getting matched up on a really fast guy, man to man, over and over, is not like a common thing. Like it's not like that's not what you want in coverage ever. Really, is especially Hellum's like, look, he had a terrible game. It is what it is. But I mean, he got put in some terrible spots. So I'm not a defensive guru. I don't really know the solution. I'm just telling you that from my eye, that's not like a situation that happens a lot. So maybe it's just brilliant game planning by Josh Heupel that he got, DeMarco Hellums repeatedly matched up with Jalen Hyatt running down the seam. But that's a tough matchup for any strong safety. And so I'm not really sure why that just kept getting created over and over. There were 2 other ones where they were overthrown that could have been touchdowns. I mean, you could have had 7 touchdowns in the day that were. So it's frustrating to me that, and then the lack of pass rush. Supposed to have all these first rounders up front, and I mean, there's no pass rush all day. To me, those are the most surprising things of just the matchups that were created. Because I mean, some of those DVs, like, they're probably not going to be high round guys. Maybe maybe the corners will eventually, but I think those safeties, they might be mid round type guys. But I mean, those are tough matchups that those guys are having. So anyway, that's a rant. But I don't understand how we just continually had that matchup happening over and over, where it was Hyatt versus Hellums running a go route. Like that's not something you want repeatedly. And it kept happening over and over. So maybe it's just brilliant game planning by Heupel. That's the one I can't figure out. So if maybe someone smarter than me can explain to me how that happened. Like, maybe that happens 1 or 2 times in the game, but it happened like 8 times. And I'm like, okay, let's just not let this happen again, guys. This clearly is not a good matchup for us.
Yeah. Somebody tackle it. See, I love your honesty there. And that's stuff you're not getting anywhere else. Barrett giving you a really good X's and O's observation there. On the flip side of this, because we have a lot of people who watch us in Tennessee as well. Your takeaway of that Tennessee team, you have played for 3 national championship teams. You've seen what it takes to go all the way. You saw 2019 LSU. Does this team have what it takes to beat Georgia in Athens? Can they win the SEC championship? Could they win 2 games in the playoffs? What's your takeaway from that Tennessee team?
Sure. Yeah, good question. So I'll just encourage you, if you're a Tennessee fan, hear out my entire take here before you rush to judgment, okay? Because I've said this to a lot of my Tennessee friends, and some of them take it the wrong way. But, like, I think Tennessee, what they're doing is beyond impressive. I mean, like, turning on the tape, they played against Pittsburgh and some other games earlier in the year, like, that was a completely different team. The Florida tape, like, Florida's not very good. They almost, they had some sloppy moments there. That team was completely locked in, executed perfectly. I was so impressed. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is the scheme that good? Because this is the part you got to hear me out on. Like, the players are not that good, okay? I mean, like, Tennessee, as a team, maybe they were the best team in the country the other night. Like, seriously, the way they executed offensively, it was bizarre. But the difference between that LSU team is they had, like, 8 first-rounders on that, okay? Tennessee doesn't have 8 first-rounders in this team. They have a lot of really good players and guys that are fitting in really well. So what I'm meaning by saying this, though, is it's almost even more impressive what they accomplished, because it's not like they have all these guys that are undiscovered first rounders or eventually going to be high draft. I mean, some of those guys that were playing, like, there was some like former walk-on guys playing the secondary that were locking down, these 4 and 5 star guys. So they're so bought into the process right now of what they're doing and like believing their scheme that they're playing unbelievable football. Like, the O-line piece is baffling. They're over here rotating left tackles, 2 guys that, like, are just kind of okay players, and they're just locking down Will Anderson and Dallas Turner the whole time. That's the part I couldn't really wrap my head around, and I don't really understand how it happened. There's a lot of guys just playing so high above their station. That being said, they can beat anybody in the country. I mean, we saw it. They can really beat anyone in the country, Georgia included, if they play the way they did on Saturday. But they're also not good enough where they can just go mail it in because, and I say that I've seen some of their tapes from earlier in the year, and they almost lost some of those games. They didn't play very well, but they're playing with so much confidence and swagger right now. That part of it, maybe you could draw a similarity to 19 LSU, but talent wise, and that's not again, I'm not being insulting. I'm just calling it like I see it. They're not 2019 LSU. That team was a bizarre, confluence of all these different talented guys. The light came on at the right time, and now we have, all these first round picks that are playing really well at the same time.
I feel like this has been therapeutic for you. I feel like you got out some frustration here.
Well, I've had guys coming in sticking Tennessee stickers on my window all week. I had a stickers. I mean, it's hard to peel off. You got a razor blade, I have a residue on my window, and Dixieland Delight is a song about Tennessee. That's one that I had on here yesterday. So yeah, I mean, there's people that are Tennessee fans. I was like, I didn't even know you were a Tennessee fan, and whatever. But it's fine. I like when Tennessee's good. I just try to analyze it. The game was really fun to be at, and of course I wanted to win, and I was a homer. I had to call it from the home perspective, but it was a great football game, and it was frustrating to watch all the mistakes. But I think it's more fun when Tennessee's good and when relevant, and I don't have a lot of hate in my heart for Tennessee, so I was happy for their fans, even though I was a little scared honestly watching. I was thinking, I'm going to tell my son he is under no circumstance allowed to go rush the police and hang on the goalpost. I've never seen anything quite like that before. It was a crazy scene out there. But I'm sure if you're a fan out there on the field, it was probably pretty fun. So yeah, we could probably do 7 segments on all the things I noticed and all the problems going on. But let me just bring it back to one last positive, because I know it's a mostly Alabama show. They can still win the national championship. I don't think anyone is unbeatable this year. I really don't. I mean, watching some of these teams getting hot at the right time, they got a lot of problems to fix. Defense. There were a lot of defensive stats going to that game. I said that in the open. I mean, Alabama led the SEC and was like second or third in the nation in passing yards a game. I don't think any of us, expect that anymore after watching that kind of slaughter. So there's a lot of improvement that needs to be done, and great teams respond appropriately when they get challenged like this. So we'll see. I mean, Mississippi State's no joke. They're a tough team to match up with. We'll see kind of how this Alabama team responds moving forward, and how the leadership looks in this game on Saturday.
I will counterpoint you, though, that the Titanic was still a great ship. 97% of it was after it hit the iceberg. It was that other 3% that kept taking on the water. In this analogy,
the boat went into 3 pieces.
Dunaway's great-grandparents were on that boat, by the way.
In this analogy, the penalties are the iceberg. The penalties are the iceberg.
Right. Make sure you have Jim around to point out the negatives in life.
Yeah.
It's good to have Jim there to say, watch out for the iceberg. So we should have had you on the lookout tower that night, Jim. They would have never hit the iceberg. You probably would have told the captain never to, punch it to full speed or whatever. He's trying to break the record. So It's good to have guys like you around. And you're right. There's a lot of icebergs out there. I'm not saying they're going to win the national championship. I'm just making the point that everything is still in front of them, and that's a powerful motivator sometimes. I've been in that situation twice where we've lost a game in the middle of the season, and that was in the BCS era, where it's even harder to do because there's only 2 teams, and we still found a way to win the national championship. So it can be done. There obviously are big problems. There's, they're going to have to batten down the hatches. They're going to have to close off those Titanic sections. If you've seen the movie, you got to close off those sections, but a lot faster than that maybe they'd like to, but it can be done.
I'm an American journalist, Barrett. I don't solve problems. I only tell you what you do wrong after it happens.
That's what I was going to say. I've known this guy for a long time. One thing I can guarantee is after they hit the iceberg, he would have been on the deck talking about how bad the captain was and how he would have done. If I had been the captain,
we should have been way further south.
If I had been the captain, I'll tell you how I would have done it. We sure shouldn't hit that iceberg.
That's journalism 101 right there. Journalism 101.
Well, yeah, I'm a glass half full guy. So I like to. This is about as pessimistic as I've. Maybe it's just because I'm over here dealing with a bear market, So that's made me. I've been optimistic for a long time. Now, the market's down so much. I'm just fielding miserable calls all day of investors that are tired of losing money. So it's a compounding effect for me as I'm getting, we're getting slaughtered here, and then also, the Tide defense is getting slaughtered. So a lot of slaughtering going on right now.
Hey, can I pull a Dunaway? And I'm just going to give you a little tip here. When your upset clients call, say, hey, we're not looking at this as a bear market. We're looking at it as a Barrett market. Yes. I'm working for you.
Yes.
I like that. I've been saying there's a lot of opportunities for tax loss harvestings, going some good losses. Yeah. You can sell and save money on taxes. So you got to find the positives sometimes and, see where it is. But yeah, that would be, Jim would have a tough time retaining clients in this market. He'd be like, yeah, it's terrible. Pull it all out.
It'd be all this.
Absolutely.
Get out of there. I'm not going to lie to you. It's bad right now.
Yeah. You know what I'd be handing out right now? Worse. You know what I'd be handing out right now? Mason jars with Barrett Jones financials on them to bury your money in the backyard. Just take these free Mason jars. Just bury them in the backyard.
Well, I'll give you one piece of free financial advice. Do not bury money in the backyard or under your mattress, especially now. The time to do that was the last 10 years. Now you can get 4% with treasuries. So if you're going to do anything, go buy some treasuries paying 4.1 and, just ride it out that way, because then you probably can't lose money unless the government goes out. So there's your free financial tip for the day. Since we actually can make something on free money now, don't be burying money in the backyard.
All right. That is excellent advice for Barrett on Alabama football and financials. Thank you, Barrett. Have a great week. Always great talking with you.
We need to start a financial segment. And I can sponsor and actually pay to be on the show. And then you can have me. I mean, it's win-win for you guys. I'm kidding.
Barrett has broken the code. There's got to
be some rules. Yeah. There's got to be some rules against that. So
no, there's no rules.
Rule schmools.
The SEC. If I got on here and started recommending buys and sells, we'd be in some serious trouble. So anyway,
all right. Thank you, Barrett.
Guys.
See you, buddy.
Maybe we can see each other on better terms at some point.
We'll get you back. I promise. It's on me.
There's happy things to talk about.
It's on me. We'll see you. Thanks. Barrett Jones with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
How do we not have that guy on more?
It's on me.
So honest, man.
I'm taking the loss.
So honest right there. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap will help you protect that home right now that is so valuable. You don't want any damage done to it in this market.
No, leaves are falling. Gutter Cap's patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Yeah, and Barrett's afraid about giving out financial tips here, but we give out locks all the time, right? Lance'sLock.com.
That's true. That's like finances.
Yeah, it's
better than the stock market.
Bear is the bullish market that's good, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The lock is bullish right now. Lance'sLock.com. If you want to go play that, Lance'sLock.com. It is. It's good. The lock's good right now, especially in football weekends. You can get a discount at Lance'sLock.com using the promo code JIM. And our friends at Hemp Hill bring you the lock every day. We'll send out a free one a little bit later on. 2 football games tonight, or 3 football games if you count the NFL game, and a baseball game. Do you have one today?
Yeah, I've got one. I'm going to play Virginia tonight. I've got 4 total plays up. We're 6-0 this week. We've had 16 consecutive non-losing weeks.
You're going against my Ramblin' Wreck?
Yeah.
Of Georgia Tech?
I am. I think Virginia wins the game outright.
Oh.
Live dog in this situation. Georgia Tech has been playing for Brent Key, but I think Brennan Armstrong, he's missing a couple of weapons. I think he plays extremely well tonight. I like Virginia on the road.
You'll love Hemp Hill, though. They'll take care of you for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie. And I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this right here.
Yep.
We are back with you on the Next Round. Trash is coming up here in just a second. Brownie
What is Brownie doing?
I was about to have Brown tell you about one of his great sponsors. I was trying to catch him in mid-drink of the wonderful Diet Mountain Dew there. But, tell us about Alabama Power.
Alabama Power keeps the lights on there, Jimmy D. Timely communication more important than ever before. Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options getting in touch with them beyond phone or mail. They offer a lot of options like paperless billing. You can receive your bill via email each month. For more information, alabamapower.com/myaccount.
Listen, I know a lot of you are bored with baseball, especially without the Braves, but watching Justin Verlander last night after he gave up that 1 home run with his pitch count really high, carved through those last 3 innings, and get it to where the bullpen could win the game after they got some runs. It was amazing watching Verlander last night.
I mean, Verlander, coming up on 40 years old, 11 strikeouts last night. The Yankees strike out 17 total times.
Did you see you mentioned the 17 strikeouts? Did you see the record that was set? I didn't realize this was the record they kept up with. That was the biggest gap in strikeouts, I think, in the history of postseason baseball, 17-2.
Yep,
wow.
17-2.
Yeah.
What I saw was that Justin Verlander not only passed Clayton Kershaw for postseason strikeouts, but only Nolan Ryan is older with a 10-plus strikeout game in the playoffs, and it's only by a few days.
Yeah, I would have said Roger Clemens.
Yeah,
if I was guessing.
That's just crazy. And Verlander still, looks really good. Can get it up in the 96, 97 range, but when he breaks that stuff off, man, it is amazing. All right, let's do trash. Rockstar, if you'll hit the big button away from our sports headlines and college football conversation, we always get to this.
I have you on camera, and I have you. Okay. Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
You too, yes, ma'am.
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big on home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget and maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. Lock in that interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. A woman faces multiple assault charges after allegedly unleashing a swarm of bees onto Hampton County Sheriff's Department deputies attempting to serve an eviction notice.
That is a very complicated weapon. A swarm of bees. Oh, Rockstar has a photo.
Deputies arrived at the $1.5 million home to serve eviction papers on homeowner Alton King Jr., but were met with a cluster of protesters instead. Now, according to Deputy Sheriff Daniel H. Soto, quote, during this time, the officers secured the premises, waited for Mr. King to return, as we were told that he was at court trying to delay the eviction. Minutes later, an SUV towing a trailer pulled into the driveway, and a woman emerged from the driver's seat, according to Soto's report. Went on to say, at that time, female later identified as Rory Woods, exited her vehicle, went to the back of the trailer, started shaking beehives to let the bees out. Deputy Michael Jocelyn attempted to stop Woods, who successfully freed one of the hives by breaking the cover, causing hundreds of bees to swarm around. Deputy Jocelyn was stung in the face and had to retreat. Woods, 55, then donned a beekeeper suit and began liberating more angry bees. She rolled 3 more large hives off the trailer, carted them to the entryway of the home.
It's like say, you got to stop, okay? Well, I'm going to stop. What are you putting that beekeeper on? I'm just putting it on.
Yeah, dude, don't you pay
anything else.
Nope.
Now, while Woods was being escorted to the cruiser, another deputy advised Woods that he and several officers were allergic to bees. Her response? Oh, you're allergic?
Oh.
Good.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
Yeah.
What a weird thing to do.
I mean, do they go through training? Do you see them coaching? Okay.
All right, here we go.
If I ever bust open a hive, you attack anyone that's got a badge on.
Hey, our man Phil Boozer's a beekeeper.
Look, yes. I know Scott's already had this on the screen, but the arrest photo is incredible.
Well, no, that's Greg Sankey arresting the guy.
That is Greg Sankey on the arrest, but they've got the beekeeper uniform on.
Yeah.
That's terrific. I mean, what a weird story.
It does look like the end of a Scooby-Doo where they pulled the bee mask off. Oh, it's the actual governor.
I got away with it for a few
beekeepers in an electric blue Xterra.
Seriously, that is a hot Xterra.
It is a hot Xterra.
So he's getting evicted
from that house.
Yeah, don't miss the part
for lack of payment or because he has beehives.
Well, it doesn't say. Okay. Probably lack of payment because the beehives are on the back of the Xterra.
Yeah.
I think that was his way of saying stay out.
Yeah, get back. Do not cross.
The Ohio Supreme Court on Tuesday removed from the bench a Cleveland municipal judge for misconduct that included lies, disrespectful treatment, falsifying court documents, and also wearing tank tops and spandex shorts in court.
Is that the judge there, Rockstar?
That is.
She's thirsty.
I mean, what does she have on her desk?
I mean,
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot.
Got a lot of knickknacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Mardi Gras.
That's my workplace. Why do I have to take my Star Trek amusement park?
No, that is
down?
Judge Pinckney Carr was indefinitely suspended. She agreed to undergo evaluations for her mental and physical health. Court said that Carr's bench was littered with junk dolls, cups, and novelty items, as you can see. Her own attorney described it as resembling a flea market. She wore tank tops, T-shirts, spandex shorts, and sneakers to court. She discussed with staff and defendants a television show called P-Valley about a fictional Mississippi strip club. Haven't seen this one.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one.
Carr joked about accepting kickbacks for lenient sentences if defendants gave her food, beverages, carpeting, or storage space. She referred to her bailiff as Miss Puddin' from P-Valley.
Miss Puddin'?
This is insane. This is a judge.
Hey, Miss Puddin', would you escort the detainee out, please?
Is P-Valley a good name for a strip club?
What's the P stand for, Lance? No, Lance.
Positivity.
Yeah.
Purchases.
Positioning. Profits. The judge conducted court business, quote, in a manner befitting a game show host, investigators said.
You're next.
Yeah, she was trying to get one of these. She was trying to be Judge Judy.
My God.
Listen, if I object and she overrules me, does she give me like a mug or a knick-knack? Do I get to choose from over here?
Hey, you know what I noticed there is she's doing this on St. Patrick's Day and there's no green.
That's a good point, Lance. Yeah. March 17th of 2020.
Yeah, I bet Mr. Puddin' went up there and pinched her.
I bet so too.
Okay, so key findings here.
Yes.
The F word is America's most commonly used swear word.
Used it 3 times this morning when I was waking up.
With 11.6 uses for every 1,000 posts on Twitter. With 48 cuss words per 1,000 tweets, residents of Georgia use the most profanities of any U.S. state.
Georgia, come on.
You guys want to guess what state is last in profanities?
Utah.
Utah would have been my guess because of the Mormon folks out there. I'm going to say it's going to be California.
California.
Minnesota. 15 per 1,000 tweets. Now Atlanta, 56 cuss words per 1,000 posts is America's sweariest
check that traffic.
city, while Minneapolis, 17 per 1,000 posts, swear the least. With 15 states using shit more than any other swear word, it is currently the most uniquely popular profanity. Georgia is America's most foul-mouthed state, though.
Swearing saw a spike at 1 a.m., by the way.
Does not have that in here, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm reading the graphic.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I have the
you're
graphic, but do y'all? How are y'all on visuals of curse words?
Yeah, I see what they did there, Rockstar. Yeah.
No, I have another picture of a graph of each state.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought. Okay.
Are we on the? Because it's great to see the Northwest of what their favorite word is and how it
Yeah.
goes by state. Are we okay with showing?
Yeah, I mean, I think people can read it.
Yeah. We won't say it for the audio people.
Yeah. Cover your kids' eyes here because Rockstar's about to show you. Wow.
Well, I like the way they just spelled that out down the West Coast.
I love Kansas.
Yeah. Texas.
Kansas does
Alaska
amp it up.
gets after it, doesn't it? You dick. Whoa.
Wait, no. So what is between? I'm getting my states from
Iowa?
here.
That's Iowa.
I think
Is that Iowa?
How about we all knew what Lance was
That's
talking
Iowa.
about?
That's
Iowa.
That's the old
Lance.
Cyhawk trophy.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's amping it up too.
Yeah,
Yes, it
right
is.
below hell there.
Yes.
Boy, up north. One's crap.
Which one's crap? I don't know.
Idaho.
man.
Idaho?
Crap's not a cuss word.
Crap.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Crap.
Look at Alaska.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I want Alaska
Well, I
and
think
Iowa
that's-
to play each other.
I think that's all that's in Alaska.
We need to do a road trip, by the way.
Alaska's hoping
Is that
Iowa.
where you want to go?
Alaska's hoping Iowa comes over and plays a game tonight.
We thought it was unique that Furman went to Nashville for his bachelor party. Rockstar wants to go to Alaska for his. Last frontier, man.
I do. I want to see the Northern Lights, man. The Aurora Borealis.
Very, very interesting there. Okay, Terrifier 2 has become an unexpected box office hit this Halloween movie season. Now, writer-director Damien Leone's gory sequel to the 2016 Killer Clown cult hit shocked the industry over the weekend when it grossed just over $1 million at the domestic box office, up 28% from its $805,000 debut the weekend before. While these grosses may seem low, don't forget that Terrifier 2 is a micro-budget indie with a $250,000 budget. Now, what's driving interest around Terrifier 2, you might ask?
Costuming. It looks really good.
Might have something to do with all the reports claiming the horror movie has caused various moviegoers to walk out, faint, or vomit in the middle of the movie.
My.
Now, photos of viewers in wheelchairs getting medical attention outside of Terrifier 2 screenings have gone viral on social media, turning the bloody sequel into something of an endurance test for horror movie fans. Now, according to Leon, the director, quote, listen, I would have loved to have had a couple of walkouts. I think that's sort of a badge of honor because it's an intense movie. I don't want people fainting, getting hurt during the movie, but it's surreal. He continued saying, here's the thing, it's called Terrifier 2. You probably should see Terrifier 1, of course.
Yeah, you're going to need to see the first
before you jump into this one. If you see Terrifier 1, you know what you're getting into. There is now a notorious murder scene, a hacksaw scene in part 1 that everyone walks away talking about. We tried to rival that scene in the new film because the really supportive fan base that we've had this entire time has really started to put Art the Clown, I guess that's Art the Clown, on a pedestal.
Art doesn't look very friendly, does he?
No, he does not.
He's got a witch nose.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got some pretty bad teeth. Is that his teeth?
Yeah.
That's his teeth, man.
Yeah.
He's wearing his hat like Adebisi used to in Oz.
Yeah.
How you balance
Doesn't fit
that.
his cabeza.
Tiny hat.
Yeah.
It's the hat from Monopoly.
Do you have the hacksaw scene?
No, I don't have the hacksaw scene, man.
Finally, Dr. Pepper is releasing a new flavor. Now, drinking trends constantly ebb and flow, but in recent years, we've seen an interesting confluence of soft drinks and hard drinks. A movement towards mindful drinking has fueled a surge in things like non-alcoholic beers and spirits, but at the same time, plenty of brands are also licensing their names for boozy brands for the first time, from Hard Mountain Dew to Lipton Hard Iced Tea. Dr. Pepper is not going the hard Dr. Pepper route, not at least yet, but the classic soda brand is tipping its hat to both current trends, a growing love of mocktails, and an influx of soda/spirit crossovers. The new release, limited edition, non-alcoholic beverage, Dr. Pepper bourbon-flavored Fansville Reserve.
So it's non-alcoholic?
It is.
It's not. Yeah,
But it tastes like bourbon, but it's not alcoholic.
I don't know. I've heard of some non-alcoholic bourbons that are not good.
Yeah. Yeah. Fansville's an interesting connection. It seems like they drink a whole lot of bourbon in Fansville.
It's a very busy can.
Yeah, it is.
Seems like it'll be part of a commercial coming up.
I would imagine so.
And that's Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. They've got a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application, determine how much home you could buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers. Prove to sellers you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR.
And as always, this hour is brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. They're bringing you tonight's big football games everywhere. Champy'sChicken.com. Get a to-go order for dinner tonight ahead, and you see the menu at Champy'sChicken.com. And plan ahead for your tailgate this weekend. If you're heading over to Tuscaloosa, make Sterling and his crew part of the weekend. The Mississippi Delta tamales, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and a lot more. Champy'sChicken.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Sport.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Buster Olney talks baseball with us at the top of the hour with that still rolling on. And one game tonight and a beautiful day in Houston. Yankees-Astros, just saw the roof open there. 6:30 for that, but we're all talking football. We'll get back into that right after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
The question last night, trying to remember what came first. Hold on. How do I forget this, Rocky? Do you remember it?
What came first?
I got it. Milo's Hamburgers.
Right.
Or Mick Jagger.
Oh, I'm going to say Milo's Hamburgers started.
They got that old dude with the tree and the hat on their logo.
Yep. I'm going to say it started
That's a long time ago.
The 1930s, coming out of the Depression. I think Mick started in the 1930s, coming out of the Depression.
Yeah, I'm going to say Mick Jagger's older than Milo's.
I'm going to say Mick Jagger is 2 years older than Milo's Hamburgers.
Mick Jagger 1943, Milo's 1946.
Oh, wow. But Mick is still older. Just missed it by a
these are the
decade.
small things you learn at Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. But look, get in there, enjoy this great fall weather. You can sit inside or outside, enjoy some of Rodney Davis's incredible food, from the delicious burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. Get in, go see Will Avery and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Which quarterback in the SEC better than you thought he was going to be, and which one's worse than you thought he was going to be? Worse than you thought he was going to be.
Hendon Hooker, Spencer Rattler. Now, you made mention of the fact that Rattler has actually improved, but boy, he turned the ball over a lot early. I thought early on he would be a little closer to what we saw in his good times at Oklahoma, and he was much closer to what we saw in his bad times at Oklahoma.
Yeah, there's so many inconsistent guys right now because Jaden Daniels, I don't know what you're going to get week to week. Anthony Richardson, I don't know what you're going to get week to week.
But Jaden Daniels this past week better than sometimes earlier in this year.
Really good.
Seems to be trending in a good direction.
Oh, he was fantastic. And this is about what I thought we'd get from Jackson Dart. Hendon Hooker is better than I thought he would be. I mean, look, he had a great year last year.
Yeah, but
he's just taking it to another
Heisman level right now, and I didn't think he'd play Heisman level.
But I think in the offseason we talked about Hendon Hooker being a dark horse for the Heisman, and he was really, really good last year.
Will Levis is what I thought he would be. Other people thought he was going to be.
Yeah, Will Levis has not met other people's expectations. He's been about around what I thought he would be. I'm with Lance.
KJ Jefferson's not having the year we thought he was going to have.
Yeah, he's been hurt, and he was great last week against BYU.
Yeah, I would say KJ Jefferson has lived up to it for me.
Yeah, for me too.
You got to get past the injuries with him.
Yeah. So it's interesting we get into this part of the season halfway through it. What was supposed to be a really good quarterback league. It seems to me the Pac-12 is playing really good quarterback right now.
Well, no, I would agree with you. But in the SEC, it's probably easier to do the ones that have disappointed you. Max Johnson has disappointed me. He's not taking a snap. Zach Calzada has done far less than I thought he would. I thought the guy was going to start at Auburn. He hasn't even taken a snap for them. So, and I know there's an injury there. I get it. Stetson Bennett, has he been as good as you thought he would be?
Not after week one.
No.
But if you listen
week
to Kirby,
one, he was phenomenal.
Since Kent State, he's been dealing with an injury, an undisclosed injury that they won't talk about.
Yep. But, I mean, and if that's it, that's it. I get that. But week one, he was phenomenal. And since then, he has been pretty average, really.
Pretty good quarterback game is UCLA and Oregon this week with DTR for UCLA and Bo Nix for Oregon. And I had said this week a couple of times that Bo's playing behind his best offensive line and with his best receiving core. He's also playing against the easiest competition week to week that he's played against in his career too. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, very fair.
Defensively, he's not faced anything like he faced in the Southeastern Conference.
I mean, again,
except for week one when
he faced a Southeastern Conference defense.
Oregon really hasn't beaten anybody.
They have not. Lance is right about that.
Big game this weekend.
I mean, their biggest win is probably at Washington State at Pullman.
2:30 Fox for that game, opposite of what is a big one in the SEC, Ole Miss and LSU. One of those teams, the winner, is going to be the primary contender for the winner of the Alabama-Mississippi State game down the stretch here as we head towards Atlanta and have one representative that will likely play the winner of the Georgia-Tennessee game as we get towards postseason of college football. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie. If you're looking for any tips this weekend, we'll do the Players Club every week, and we record that right after the show today. MyBookie, part of the next round.
MyBookie.ag, the biggest online selection of odds, contests to fill your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere, NFL, MLB playoffs, or get a share of the big cash prizes in the weekly blackjack tournaments. If you've been waiting to sign up, now's a great time because with code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag, they're going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000. So you use code NEXTROUND when you sign up, and they match it up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bud Light game night tonight. We'll be out at Beef O'Brady's at the Grove in Hoover for our Thursday night, where we mix in a little baseball with our football tonight. Yankees, Astros, and what is turned into a great crowd in Houston when they play these home playoff games. I love that building that they play in. And then if you're an Astros fan, and as I've told you many times, my college roommate Mike Daniels, Dirty, as we called him back in the day, is such a big Astros fan, he named his son Houston.
Right.
this is his best years ever of fandom, right? What the Astros have been doing, and he thinks they can win it again this year. And they got a great performance for Verlander to start it off last night. And we look forward to this segment every week where we get to talk baseball with our buddy Buster Olney.
And he joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of ATIX, AAATIX.com. 822-7382 is that number to call for ATIX. Bama homecoming this weekend against Mississippi State. Your ticket into Bryant-Denny Stadium is at ATIX, 822-7382, AAATIX.com. What's going on, Buster? How are you?
Not much. I know how it goes with college friends, where you have a hard time acknowledging sometimes that they might be right. There might be that right as it goes along. But I think that Dirty, you said that's his nickname, is Dirty?
That is,
I think Dirty might be onto something. And that's, is it going to be hard for you to tell him he's right?
It is. As a Rays fan, we've had some moments, but a lot of us are surrounded by Braves fans, so it's hard for Dirty not to brag these days. Yes.
You know what's crazy, Buster, is the Astros in their 6th consecutive ALCS, looking for their 4th trip to the World Series. It seems like just a few years ago, the Astros were the worst team in Major League Baseball. And just because you get a recruiting class right in football doesn't equate to a championship. And I've got a point here. You can ask Jimbo Fisher about the recruiting classes. But SI did a piece, and you'll probably remember it like 6 or 7 years ago. And I think it was George Springer on the cover. And it was like, watch out for the Astros in the next couple of years. This is going to be the team to beat. And it was really prophetic.
It was really prophetic, but at that time, I don't think we understood how unusual their trajectory of success was going to be because, unlike the Dodgers, right, who've had Clayton Kershaw as a backbone for their success and a number of other players, the remarkable thing about the Astros is they've turned over this roster and even the front office dramatically during this time. Jeff Luhnow, who was the general manager who built this, he was fired after the sign stealing scandal. A.J. Hinch, he was fired after the sign stealing scandal. Dallas Keuchel is their Cy Young Award-winning pitcher. He's gone. George Springer, Carlos Correa, Garrett Cole. Like, these are superstar players who've cycled through there, and yet they keep on winning. And I think you have to give credit. Jim Crane is an owner who I really disagree with on a number of fronts. The tanking that they did to get to that spot. Some of his comments after the sign stealing scandal, not really taking responsibility. But you have to give him credit because he and Jose Altuve are essentially, the two common denominators through this long run of success. And it does look like, because they're prohibitive favorites to win the series against the Yankees, like they're going to have a real shot to win their second title here in the last 6 years.
I feel like we should put to bed, though, the Dodgers and Braves before we keep talking about what's going on right now. They were, to me, the two best teams in the National League for 162 games. Do you think there'll be any pushback or any sour grapes over the new playoff system on how those two teams are not one of them playing in the NLCS? Have you heard any rumblings inside baseball about that?
Well, sour grapes, yes, from fans, right? You're seeing it on social media all over the place where they're upset to the degree that I sent out on Twitter earlier this week. Look, to sort of end that complaining, how about we put it to the potential number 1 and number 2 seeds and ask them, ask the team that has the best record, team with second best record, do you want the first round bye? Because you guys know and I know 100 out of 100 say, absolutely, we want that. But you know what? The same dynamic that was in play last year when the Braves won the World Series was in play this year, and that is in baseball, you just never know. We didn't know the Braves would be this good, and I picked them to win the World Series, as you guys know, and then we got to the postseason, and guess what? The back end of their rotation was kind of beaten up. Spencer Strider wasn't 100%. He was coming back from injury. Charlie Morton, at his age, he wasn't the same. The Dodgers, lost to Walker Buehler during the year. Tony Gonsolin wasn't the same because he was injured. And so they had to rely on the relievers in that, chain of those links, in theory, that were going to allow them to go through. It fell apart. And that's the way it goes. That's what happens in baseball. But as a parent, I always look for those opportunities to box in my kids and say, you make the choice. That's what I would do if I were baseball. We're going to, beginning of playoffs every year, we're going to ask number 1 and number 2 seeds, do you want the bye? They'll all say yes, and the complaining will stop.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented by ATIX, 822-7382, 822-7382. Your ticket into Bama's homecoming game against State right there at ATIX, AAATix.com. Back to Houston, you were talking about them. When Dusty Baker was hired as manager, it was coming off the huge scandal, obviously, and I don't know, Buster, it seemed to me like they were just looking for a guy that people respect and like and, is
a front man.
Yeah, almost a front man just to kind of change the image of that franchise. But now here he is with a chance to get that world championship. Do you think people in baseball, even though they might not like the Astros, are pulling for Dusty Baker here?
There's no doubt. I mean, people throughout baseball like Dusty Baker. There's always been the debate, was he the right manager for Mark Pryor and for Kerry Wood, younger in the career? How does he handle a bullpen? But there's no doubt that the players love Dusty and they play hard for him. Now, your casting of him as a front man for the Astros is 100% right. They were looking for someone who was essentially going to be stacked up in front of all the players, take all the heat for the sign stealing stuff and effectively answer questions for Altuve and Bregman. And Dusty's really good at that. In fact, I had someone who's since left the organization in the last couple of years complain to me privately about Dusty, saying, you know what, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. And I'm like, you are not giving him enough credit. In that time, when the sign stealing scandal happened, you needed somebody to deflect all of that away from the players. And he's done an amazing job with that. He's allowed them to move forward. I don't think he's going to manage, for a bunch more years. They're going to hire somebody at some point who's probably younger. But I think Dusty's been exactly what Jim Crane hoped for. And again, I think Jim Crane, there are things I don't like what he's done. This one was a great call in hiring Dusty.
Buster, random question, but yesterday Roger Clemens threw out the first pitch in that Astros win over the Yankees. He's 60 years old, which is hard to believe. Do you have a great Roger Clemens story?
Oh, my God, I've got a million of them. and I'll start with this. It makes me, because Roger has such a passion for baseball. Obviously, he made his choices regarding performance-enhancing drugs. I don't, feel sorry for him, but it makes me a little sad that people, at the Hall of Fame are not going to be able to experience his joy for baseball. My favorite Roger story is that his preparation for every game that he pitched was like a football Sunday. He had this old trunk that was it was colored in black, and his teammates called it the Men in Black trunk. And in each, inside that trunk, he had separate compartments for his gloves, his hat, his protective cups. And before every start, guys, he would have every single hair on his body removed to make him more aerodynamic. That was his theory anyway, okay? And I'm not, not hair on his arm. Every hair on his body removed. And then he would cover his entire body with this heat balm that because he liked the burning sensation. And so that smell was so powerful that Jeter at shortstop, Knobloch at second, the other Yankees infielders, they could smell it. That's how much power there was. So the other, a couple weeks ago when they had the whole thing with Joe Musgrove in his ears, and you saw that Andrew McCutchen tweeted out, well, some players like heat balm on their bodies. And I was like, yep, that's 100% true. Some players do like that. That was Roger Clemens.
Oh,
wow. My gosh.
A hairless cat Roger Clemens t-shirt back in our store soon, maybe. That'd be really funny. So we're getting into the nuts and bolts of this Yankees-Astros rivalry a little bit. The Yankees bullpen, can they hold up and give them a fighting chance at all?
No.
Yeah.
They came into it, tired because they had to finish up the Cleveland series. Going into the game last night, you knew that Aaron Boone wanted to stay away from Wandy Peralta potentially and Jonathan Loaizaga and Clay Holmes. But when you really and last night they lose because Booney, and you can argue whether or not he actually used Clark Schmidt in the right way or Lou Trevino in the right way. I tend to believe he asked too much out of Schmidt. But the fact is that a lot of the guys he's relying on are now like the 11th and 12th and 13th best relievers in the organization because they've lost Chad Green and they've lost Scott Effross and Aroldis Chapman went AWOL And Michael King went down. I think there's no chance they win this series. If they get to a 6th game, like Aaron Boone should be manager of the year twice over.
TBS tonight for that one. I do want to ask you about the FS1 game tomorrow night. Padres at Phillies. What do you imagine that atmosphere? Was great at Petco. We were just talking about how great it is in Houston. That Citizens Bank atmosphere for the Phillies playing an NLCS game there should be off the charts.
Yeah, if you guys want to start a fight, just ask, like a good bar fight, ask them to rank the fans in terms of order of great atmosphere, Seattle, San Diego, and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Because you can have a great discussion. And I covered the Padres and obviously covered a lot of baseball in the Northeast. It's such a different atmosphere. In Petco Park, they seem really happy. Generally speaking, like what an enjoyment. And on the other hand, you listen to the crowds in Philadelphia, a lot like crowds in New York and Boston, where like this low-level anger between pitches to make up that sound. That's what the Padres players are going to hear. But I will tell you, and I mentioned to you after the Mets-Padres series, is being around Manny Machado, Juan Soto, those guys, they seem completely comfortable playing in New York. It's going to be the same type of dynamic in Philadelphia. I asked Jurickson Profile, their left fielder, is that intimidating playing there? He looked at me like I was the biggest idiot in the world, and he's probably right. And he goes, "What are you talking about? This is so much fun. This is great." And I think the Padres have enough veterans where that'll be the prevailing feeling throughout those tough games in Philly.
All right, follow Buster on ESPN, @Buster_ESPN on Twitter, I should say, @Buster_ESPN. He's presented by ATIX, your ticket into Bama, Mississippi State for homecoming Saturday night in Tuscaloosa, AAATix.com or 822-7382. Should you want to go to any of these postseason games, they can help you there as well, like Buster was just talking about in Philadelphia, ATIX, AAATix.com. Thank you so much, Buster. Enjoy the games. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Take
buddy.
care.
Take care, Buster. Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yes, Forrester, I'll need that. I know what I'm getting dirty for Christmas now. The audio clip of Buster Olney actually saying Dirty's nickname.
Dirty was right.
Yeah, Dirty was right. I mean,
Coach Daniel will love that one.
Yeah, for a baseball fan to have Buster Olney tell you that you were right using the nickname Dirty. That's what I'll need to send him somehow. That's his Christmas gift this year. All right, always good to catch up with Buster. One moment from the game last night, after I tell you the folks at the University of Montevallo, great place for your son or daughter to go to school. If you've got a junior or senior right now, you're thinking about colleges, montevallo.edu is a great place for them to go experience a small campus, great class sizes, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio, great college athletics, and a lot more. And a price point that they haven't raised the tuition in 5 years. Check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. So we're all parents, right? We got kids.
Twice over.
We don't have favorites, supposedly. But last night when Austin Nola gets a big hit off of Aaron Nola, the dad's trying to play it cool. He's got his Phillies jersey on, his Padres hat on, and everyone's jumping around. The mom, though, is going crazy. She's jumping up and down, cheering for her son who just got a big base hit in the game. The dad's, trying to not do it like that. Did the mom let the cat out of the bag that she had a favorite son there last night?
I don't know. You only get so many at-bats, and Aaron Nola was able to bounce back, or he wasn't able to bounce back, but he could have bounced back after that situation. It's like, let him get his hit, and then Aaron can strike out the next two guys and get out of the inning, but he didn't.
I was actually in Taco Mama in that, was it the fifth inning that was the merry-go-round ending for them? Yeah. And my daughter was like, "Hey, both the guys are named Nola." I was like, "Well, yeah, it's two brothers." And then they showed the mom and dad, and both my kids are in there, right? We're both in Taco Mama together, and they're girls, so they're not going to be in that situation. But I was like, I don't know what you do as a parent there. That's got to be miserable. Like, in one sense, I can't fail. One of my kids is going to succeed here. But in the other sense, I'm only going to fail because one of my kids is going to fail here. So what do I do?
Yeah, but again, the average 4 at-bats a game, let him get, Aaron's not going to go a full 9, so he's probably going to see him 3 times. Let him get 2 hits.
Yeah, but that was a miserable inning for Nola.
It was a big hit, too, from Austin.
Well, it was a big hit, but, that was their first run of the game, and then the floodgates opened up.
Yeah, that's right. That's what broke the dam last night was the Austin Nolan hit off of his brother. Nola on Nola crime there last night. All right. Rockstar, in the next segment, we're going to talk a little bit about Alabama's mindset, and then we'll get to Rockstar's 4 downs. But the viewing menu delayed a little bit today by our friends at New Life Art. So Rockstar will tell us what he's watching tonight after LT tells us that we're using less cowbells this week.
That's what we're going with, Dunaway. The game week special. All you got to do, there is free standard shipping on any order with code LESSCowbell at checkout. The offer ends 10/23/22. You can shop now. Again, Less Cowbell. Put that code in at checkout. 0 standard shipping. It's completely free. You can shop now at danielmooreart.com.
9 p.m. on AMC, you get the original Poltergeist from 1982. I was reading about it, and Drew Barrymore actually read for the part of Carol Ann, and Spielberg wanted somebody more angelic, so he found Heather O'Rourke. But then after they finished filming, they wrapped filming up for Poltergeist in 82, they immediately went to start filming E.T. And you remember there's one girl I wanted to do. What was that girl's name? Drew Barrymore got the part in E.T. Think she got a better end of the deal?
Yeah, better end of the deal.
Yes.
Obviously more eyeballs in E.T. And her career, was up and down for a long time. She had what we'll call issues.
Yeah, she did.
But
we'll call issues.
Better not to get cast in Poltergeist. I mean, I think Craig T. Nelson's the only guy that made it out of there alive.
Yeah.
I mean, that seriously, that cast was jinxed.
Yeah, it was. And then 11:15 on Starz Encore Classic, you got Dazed and Confused from 1993. And then Paramount Plus is bringing back, you guys Amy Schumer fans?
I don't dislike her.
Some stuff I like.
Yeah, I don't dislike her as much as the general public does.
I thought Trainwreck was funny.
She had a sketch comedy show called Inside Amy Schumer that was like 3 seasons on Comedy Central. It was kind of funny. They're bringing it back. The new season premieres tonight on Paramount Plus, Inside Amy Schumer.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life. And again, a great college football game here in state. Troy and South Alabama goes at 6:30 on ESPNU. Quick break here. When we come back, the mindset of this Alabama team as Mississippi State comes to town. Don't forget our Bud Light game night tonight out at the Beef O'Brady's at the Grove in Hoover. We're there 5 to 6 on our video platform, 5 to 7 to hang out with you. Come by, and we've actually got not only Bud Light specials, but a pair of Alabama Mississippi State tickets we'll give out to one of the lucky viewers who are out there with us. This is The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, we're about to talk about Alabama's mental setup coming out of Tennessee, even going into Tennessee. It's been a lot of Bama fans asking questions and talking about that. But first, before we get into the anxiety around this Alabama team, let's chill out a bit. Our friends down at Avondale and with Coder Productions, we got a big event coming up, not this week, but next week.
Yeah, our buddy Todd Coder at Code R Productions presents an evening with Yacht Rock Review. It's at Avondale Brewing Company. It's coming up a week from tonight, Thursday, October 27th. Is it today, the 20th already?
Today is the 20th, Lance.
It's insane. October 27th, 8 o'clock, Avondale Brewing Company. Tickets are on sale now. Go to avondalebrewing.com. Again, Code R Productions presents an evening with Yacht Rock Review at Avondale Brewing Company next Thursday, a week from tonight, 8 o'clock. Tickets on sale right now. Go to avondalebrewing.com.
All right, so that big event, looking forward to that, and hopefully be down there next Thursday after we do our Bud Light game night next Thursday. But tonight we're out at Beef O'Brady's. Looking forward to that. All right, we're going to play the Will Anderson soundbite, but Nick Saban talked about it after the game, and he's mentioned it a couple of times. I bet he brings it back up on Hey Coach again tonight, that this team's just didn't look like or feel like themselves, the mood around the team, even in pregame warm-ups are coming out in Knoxville. Here's Will Anderson talking about anxiety and intensity.
Saban just mentioned the team might have been a little tight coming out of the locker room. Said that normally the team was chanting and stuff before the game. Weren't doing it this time. What do you remember about that moment? And do you feel like it was tight?
Yeah, most definitely. I think we probably just had a lot of anxiety. We didn't have the same intensity that, we had a couple of weeks ago. We most definitely needed that to carry over to this game, but just the intensity was just not where it needed to be.
So weird that they would have road anxiety. It used to be what they thrived on,
Right.
I mean, they used to thrive on going in situations like in Knoxville. Louder the crowd, the more vicious the crowd, the better they were going to play, it seemed.
Yeah, and I didn't think of anything about it coming out when they ran out of the locker room, but they didn't run out first. The Tennessee team ran out through the tee, and while that was going on, here comes Alabama, coming out on the field, and it did look like, a little different. I don't know what it was body language-wise, but I didn't think anything about it then. But to hear the coach bring it up, a couple of times, and to hear him talk about it, what not just playing on the road, it seems like this team does play with a little bit more anxiety. Why would this team have more anxiety?
Don't know. I mean, that's hard. It is hard to answer. I don't know why, Lance, but it does seem like the road bothers them so much more than it used to.
The expectations are not any different for this team than it has been since 2009 for any Saban team.
Well, and you think about the leaders. I mean, you've got two of the best ever in Bryce offensively and Will Anderson defensively. A team that played for a national championship last year. It doesn't make any sense.
And they're not going to tougher places.
Yep.
I mean, it's not as if Austin is any tougher than Tiger Stadium when it's hot. It's not as if – and there are times they haven't handled Jordan-Hare well, but it's not as if, Neyland Stadium's any tougher than Jordan-Hare. I mean, they're accustomed to going to these types of places.
No, they are. They are. And I want to say one more thing that I shouldn't – I got to stop rewatching this game because I rewatched it again last night, and I see something different every time I rewatch it.
Did you notice the referee celebrating? Is that what you noticed when you rewatched it?
But I know what Barrett said earlier about, passing instead of running the football, working the clock, 15 seconds.
Yeah,
and all
Barrett
that.
was okay with it. He's one of the first people, and Barrett's a good football mind that was okay with the clock management at the end.
But it just happened so quick. Like Alabama's moving. They complete that pass down to the 32, and I think there's 35 seconds left at that point.
Yep.
Just 35 seconds left
and
in
two
the game.
timeouts.
And you've got 2 timeouts.
You control absolutely everything right there.
And then it just seemed like it's so quick. They run a pass incomplete, run a pass incomplete, run a pass incomplete, miss a field goal, 2 plays, boom, and everyone's on the field. And I was like, man, just a second ago, Alabama had completed a big third down play down to the 32, and it seemed like they had the game in control.
Yeah, and look, Barrett knows a lot more than all three of us combined, but I do think at least you run the football one time in that situation. The way the defense was playing, I mean, you give them the ball with any time left. I mean, they were giving up big play after big play. I just think it was too risky.
Again, if Gibbs catches that second down ball, none of this discussion this week has ever happened.
Totally different.
Right.
Yeah. Alabama's probably #1 in the country again.
I know, and they've won the game. Nobody's talking about a referee celebrating. And
I think Tennessee fans are optimistic. They're like,
yeah,
damn, man,
we had them.
We had it. Yeah,
Yep.
we blew that game, but we're getting so close in year 2 under Heupel.
Yeah, they blew it. They would be saying we blew it, blew our opportunity to beat them. Rockstar, it's cut 1. I apologize, not cut 2, cut 1. We'll give you this other Saban cut that I want to emphasize here going into this game with Mississippi State and Tuscaloosa this week after LT tells us about the fine folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
Yep, it's locally owned and operated. You need to ask for it by name. Available in 20 states now. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, and also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond vodka.
Do you think there's a piece of clothing Nick Saban has worn more than this sweatshirt?
No, this is it.
I think so. In the history of his life.
And I would
maybe
love,
a pair of underwear.
I would love to go back and look, Brown. Is it always on Wednesdays?
Well,
could he be
it's
that
when
type
it gets
of
cold.
guy?
And when it gets cold, he wears it. I don't think it's always on Wednesdays. I just think once it starts to cool off, he meets the media on Wednesdays after practice, which is why you see this sweatshirt all the time, because I think it's the only one he wears once it cools off.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
At
On
practice.
Monday, he doesn't wear it. This is after practice, which is always on Wednesdays.
That's right.
So I think I've only seen this on Wednesdays. To
Yep.
me, this is
Lucky
October,
Wednesday
November,
shirt.
Wednesday sweatshirt.
He's worn it, I think, since like when he got there in 07.
And honestly, I think
This
it's
is
some of the worst Bama gear
It
out
is.
there.
You can't buy this anywhere.
That's right.
These things don't exist anymore.
Like this will be hanging in the Saban Museum.
That's right. Yeah, it's as dated as a houndstooth hat now.
I wore this every Wednesday when I was a coach at Alabama. But he wanted to make a point that sometimes I think gets lost. We just talked about a team's anxiety and everything. He wanted to make a point that all the fans realize something else, and I do think we forget this sometimes. Here's Nick Saban last night after practice.
You know, I've said this before, fans get upset, people get upset when we don't have success, but the players get upset too, all right, because probably more upset than anybody because they work hard and they get frustrated when they don't have success and they want to know why and how they can fix it, and they've worked hard to try to do that. But, I think it goes back to, you got to have the right mindset, man. And we got to get more positive about how we approach beating the other team. And that's something that we're working on this week as well.
So it's a psychological practice this week. But back to that mindset, and this is another thing I noticed last night because he's on the show tomorrow. Henry To'oTo'o did not have a good game.
Yeah, and I just wonder if he had put so much pressure on himself.
That's right.
Because of who the opponent was.
Never really heard his name.
Nope.
Yep. And, some of the run plays that were big for Tennessee just to move the ball, shorten, they didn't run the ball. They didn't run it down Alabama's throat, but they ran it good enough to sometimes run it 3 times in a row and get a first down to just keep maybe getting them in that matchup that Barrett talked about earlier. And if you missed Barrett Jones, go back and listen to the interview. It breaks down this game and where Alabama is right now perfectly. To'oTo'o missed some run gaps, did not have a great game, and you just wonder how much pressure was put on him going back into this game, right? And how much he, being on the other sideline, motivated some of those Tennessee players.
Yep.
Because you saw them chirping at him from the get-go in that game. You would see other Tennessee players, when they were around To'oTo'o, say something to him.
Yeah, there was a Bob points out, he dropped that deflected pass. Now, he got hit. It was an interception that had gotten deflected up in the air, but he got popped pretty good, and that is why he dropped it. But there was that one touchdown where 71 for Tennessee is in his face in the end zone, chirping at him.
Yeah,
there's no doubt there was some chirping at him.
So that was just some observations as I watched it for the 5th time again last night. Alabama lost again.
Jim, you're going to have to give this up at some point.
Well, I'm on YouTube TV now, so I have unlimited DVR, so I never have to erase it, Brown.
Well, they're not going to win.
The only game I would go back as a fan of a team and watch a loss was, strangely enough, the 2002 divisional loss to the Panthers in overtime when Steve Smith took one to the house against the Rams.
I can go back and watch games, especially in the summertime when we don't have football. I can go back and watch games, but immediately, and I can watch them start to finish, and I love watching old commercials. I'll go back and watch games from the 70s and 80s. But this one is still so raw to me that I can't watch it but like in 5 or 10 minutes increments until I just get so mad that I turn it off and I get up and walk away. Just frustrating. And I'm telling you, because I don't see it when I'm at the games watching it on television, but I see things that I don't see when I'm at the game when I rewatch them on television. That I got up last night as I was watching, and I had to like pause it, get up and walk downstairs and pour bourbon, or walk outside and just breathe for a second and come back in. It's probably not healthy. It probably is not healthy.
It's 100% not healthy.
Yes. I don't think there's any probably to
5 times.
Yeah.
Just because you have unlimited DVR.
Well, I've got them all saved, right?
Well, Paul says they disappear after 6 months, he thinks. So
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, they recycle themselves.
Yeah. So you can only watch it every day now for 6 months.
I did not. I was told it was unlimited.
Yeah,
so
I've got some old receivers that keep things forever.
Yeah, but not YouTube.
YouTube TV.
Oh, okay.
It's free DVR.
It's not stored on the drive. It's stored on your whatever. And then after 6 months, it's like if you record every office after 6 months, they'll recycle themselves, even though they only play 24 times a day.
So if you recorded the next round cocktail hour with Dunaway asking sex questions the other night.
6 months. That's all you got on that. Yeah.
6 months.
You better watch it tonight.
5 minutes at a time, though.
I like boobies.
Yeah. I do like boobies, right, sir?
Yeah. Play with them, touch them. I don't know what to do with them.
Don't know what to do with them.
Not good at it.
I like to be in shape, too. One day that's going to happen to me, and you know who's going to help me? Our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team will help you as well. Not only lose weight, but get your blood pressure, cholesterol in check, just a more healthy living. They'll do that at Way to Wellness. Here's their website, aplanforme.com. You just type this in, aplanforme.com. Website will pop up, Way to Wellness. It's here local. Leslie and her board-certified team will show you a path to getting in better shape. There's no contract, there's no sign-up fee, and the consultation is free. So no out-of-pocket money right there. You have no obligation. Just type in aplanforme.com and set up an appointment and just tell them, hey, Dunaway, I heard him talk about you guys at Way to Wellness. It worked for him. He lost 45 pounds. If it can work for him, surely it can work for me. Leslie will say, yeah, if Dunaway can do it, anybody can do it. aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. We got 4 Downs with Rockstar when we come back.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Paul says, Only thing I wish YouTube TV had was the multi-view, and Chad says it's coming, Paul, called the Mosaic mode.
All right.
I'd like
Octobox.
the Octobox. I'd love that. It seems like, was it ESPN Plus originally had that, or no? It was MLB TV when I would watch it on my computer at CBS 42 when I wasn't writing my news scripts. I was able to watch 2 or 4 games at one time.
I never liked the picture-in-picture.
It is tough. I'm with Lance. I'd rather just have the screens than have.
Well, this was evenly divided.
No, I know. And Apple TV allows you to do that.
I'd almost use it to tell me when one is back from commercial break.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'd really
I think
use
if
it.
you had like a 100-inch TV, you could square it
maybe.
off.
Well, I had a TV once. Brown, I don't know if it's the big heavy one that you helped me bring in one time.
I think it was a beast.
But I had a TV once that when it had a device you could set that you could hit the last channel, but it would flip back to your channel after however length you set the timer for. So every time, I set it for 3 minutes. Then every time I hit the previous channel in 3 minutes, it would automatically switch me back to the game I was watching.
I think I've got a pretty good feel for that because, and here's why, we operate in a world where we kind of have to know what 60 seconds is. Like I can turn away from a football game and have that sixth sense, it's about to start back and go back.
Me too. Because, there would be, if I'm watching in the living room with one TV and I happen to be watching one game, the roommate's like, you're going to miss a play on my game. And I'm like, I'm really not.
We got time. Don't you worry.
Don't worry. We're not going to miss a play.
Speaking
of
time, we're about to get to Rockstar's 4 downs in a second, but it's time for you to see the world clearly with our friends at Michelson. This is one of LT's best moves a few years ago.
It really was. One of the best things that I did way back in the day, back in the old radio days, was getting hooked up with Michelson Laser Vision. I was wearing the contacts, wore them for almost a decade. I was wasting money each and every year on contacts and solutions. If you're doing that right now, you need to make the phone call that I made almost 20 years ago to Dr. Mark Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform LASIK in the state of Alabama back in 1995. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Anybody think Troy upset South Alabama tonight? Anybody?
I think they've got a really good shot.
That would be disappointing.
South Alabama's a better. Remember this, though. So South Alabama's one loss. We've talked about this, to UCLA by a point on a walk-off field goal. Troy would have a 5-game winning streak going if it wasn't for the Hail Mary at Appalachian State.
That's right. I mean,
Troy's a good team. These are two really good teams. There's a reason South Alabama at home is only -3.
And watching App State last night, I was reminded that not all
going to be a good game.
That not all alternate uniforms are your best uniform. And secondly, that team won at Texas A&M.
It's hard to believe. They have not handled that particularly great.
They have not. All right, let's do 4 downs. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
First down.
What is something you won't even try once?
Skydiving.
By the way, I sent you guys all emojis last night of my answers to Rockstar's question, but I got nothing.
We saw that, yes.
I got no answer. Skydiving for me, too. I wouldn't do that. I would not deep sea dive because I don't swim well. So put me as a diver in the water. I couldn't do that either.
I'd like to dive, although I'm a little worried about sharks. But, I could do that.
I don't think I could. I'd love to try in a pool, which they would train me in, to breathe through that apparatus to see if I could do it. Yeah. Well, snorkeling, I can't figure that out.
Oh, the scuba gear.
Yeah, scuba gear. But snorkeling, I end up sucking water through I can't keep the thing high enough because I don't swim well. So water gets in there, and then I try to breathe, and boom.
I'm going to go Mount Everest, too.
Yeah, I will never try that.
Yeah, you'd probably do K2 first.
Here's a simple one that a lot of people try to do. I will never run a marathon.
Yeah,
I don't think I will either. I've done a 5K. It's probably going to tap me out.
Yeah, 10K was my max, and I can't even imagine training for the marathon.
Kerry says he will not go to prison.
You don't know that, Kerry.
I agree with him.
You don't know that. Mexican pizza, I will not try it. Just because these two talk.
Back.
Yeah,
It's the best thing in the world.
The way these two talk about it, I'll never
you've
try
never
it.
had it?
I know.
I had 3 Sunday mornings.
Hey,
I'll never try it.
Hey, more for us. I don't care if he doesn't try it.
Second down.
They deliver them now.
Second down.
What do you imagine the majority of British people have in their house?
Beans.
Maggie.
Yeah.
Beans.
Tea.
A Dunaway.
Don't they eat beans at every meal just about?
Yep, breakfast. It was funny. I was talking to one of the guys that helped open an English pub that we like.
I was there I didn't have lunch yesterday. Brown knows this because I mentioned I was hungry 7 times. So I went there for a late lunch, early dinner with my British wife, Maggie.
Yeah, well, the guy that was telling me that helped prepare their menu said that there was one guy that said, you've got to have baked beans on the menu. I mean,
it's every meal.
He's like, we ain't having baked beans on the menu. They ended up not going with it. I've had the British breakfast one time with the baked beans. I like baked beans. It's not great
those are
in the
cold,
morning.
though, right?
Yeah, they are cold.
Yeah, I think tea is obvious, but also I think everyone's got a picture of the Queen.
Winston
somewhere in their
Churchill?
house.
Of the king now.
Of the Queen.
Yeah, they don't have Charles now?
It'll still be the picture of the
Because
Queen,
what
the
was
one that's
the,
passed.
You don't think they have an American flag?
They should.
What was the NFL game with the Packers in England?
The Giants.
London. It was when they did the national anthem. They did "God Save the King." The girl said "God Save the King."
Oh, yeah, you got to change the lyrics now.
I've never heard that.
Me either.
She said "God Save the King."
I didn't even think that was real.
Wow. Third down.
What food texture can you just not stand?
Coconut.
I'm right there.
Yep.
It's like sand.
That's why I don't like coconut pie. The one place I can stomach it is German Shepherd.
You're reading Shepherd's
I
pie over
read
there.
Shepherd's pie. German chocolate cake. I do like German chocolate cake, but I do not like coconut.
Yeah, coconut is a bad texture. I was trying to think of one.
I'm not a big
English
fan.
peas.
I'm not a
English peas
big
are awful.
fan of the texture of hummus, but I love it. Like I had
I
hummus
like
last
hummus,
night.
yeah.
It's
That
just-
mushy.
It's just a paste.
Yeah, but I ate the crap out
The
of
English peas is a good one, too. I mean, they're terrible, but yeah. I'm
Fourth
right
down.
What is something coming up that you are not looking forward to?
The World Cup.
Oh, I'm excited about that. Well, it's going to be like 2 a.m. games.
Yeah, I just hate the time.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, I like the World Cup. I have grown to, it's the only soccer that I like, but I like it in the summer. I think it's a lot of fun. We do different pools. We adopt different teams. But I really just don't give a rat's ass about it this time of year.
Well, if you'd asked me yesterday before SEC basketball media days, I would have said basketball season because I'm just now ready for football season. I wasn't ready for summer to end. But after hanging out with the basketball folks yesterday, I'm ready for basketball season too. I don't think I'm ready for the holidays. Not ready for that yet.
I love the holidays.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow is October 21st, which means Hallmark is unleashing their Christmas movies.
Already?
Yep.
He's Santa.
The Santa rockstar.
And I don't need those points.
Nope.
Forrester says he's a hard pass on German Shepherd pie. He's not going to eat that. Yes.
Gamey, like real gamey.
Mine is my daughter is a senior in high school. She's going to graduate, and I'm not looking forward to high school graduation, not because I'm sad for her. I'm very thrilled for her, and I am excited about her going to college. It's just the next step in life. I hate high school graduations.
Ugh.
They're pains in the butt. You got to go save seats.
Yes.
It's there's not enough tickets.
Tommy
the parking
Acker?
sucks.
You know
it's
what?
Just, what?
I got to be honest with you. The way you need to do it. Where's y'all's
I
graduation going to be?
think it's at Hannah Center.
And
Or
you're
it's either
also-
Hannah Center or UAB. I don't
And
know.
with your name, it seems like you'd be done after 25 minutes.
We're first in the alphabet.
No, that's what I was going to say. You guys could leave
Yeah.
and then circle back. Too bad Casino Superior is still not open.
I know, right
You
next
could have
door.
run over there, had a meal, and then
It may
come
be
back.
at Bartow. It could be at Bartow. I don't know.
But to Bartow, you got some places around there.
That's 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We tell you about them every day. Also, our friends at Bromberg's getting you ready for this holiday season.
Yeah, if you're looking at popping the question, make sure you get in, see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations for you. There's one right there in Mountain Brook. There's one at the Summit. Again, they are your diamond specialists. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. For more information, you can view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Technically, I'm the producer on those segments. Our friends at Crocker Moving Services want to move you anywhere in the continental United States of America. And they'll do that with the best customer service out there. Eric Crocker demands that, and that's the way he lives his life. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He only knows how to do things right, and that's what he does with his moving company, CrockerMovingServices.com, CrockerMovingServices.com. They'll move your home and your business, residential and commercial, and they'll pack it up for you, too. Hardest part's packing and unpacking. They'll handle it all for you at CrockerMovingServices.com using made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. It's a veteran-owned company. Trust these guys, CrockerMovingServices.com. Okay, we've got football tonight. We've got the Players Club we're going to record here in a second. National Coach of the Year right now at the midway point, SEC Coach of the Year. Don't answer too fast. Think about it a little bit. I'll start with you, Brownie. National Coach of the Year, SEC Coach of the Year, halfway through.
Your National Coach of the Year might be Chip Kelly. Your National and SEC might be one and the same with Josh Heupel. I could see either one of those for your National Coach of the Year. Sonny Dykes, I think, will get some consideration. Brett Bielema, I think, will get some consideration. But I would have to imagine either Chip Kelly or Josh Heupel.
If the season ended today.
Yeah, would be your guy.
Yeah.
You know, so I think Josh Heupel's going to be your guy when it comes to the SEC, because I think worst case they're only going to lose one more game. You know, if Lane Kiffin magically, finishes this thing off and they go 11-1, maybe he could. You mentioned a lot of good candidates. I think you got to throw Dino Babers in there.
Yeah, it's Syracuse. Got them undefeated right now.
I think Chris Kleiman, if they're able to knock off TCU this week and Kansas State does something special and maybe wins the Big 12.
Then he takes Sonny Dykes' spot,
Yeah,
right?
I think Kleiman could be that guy.
What does Dan Lanning have to do to get into the conversation?
Win the Pac-12.
If they win this week, then they're going to be the highest-ranked Pac-12 team.
You know, I would feel better telling you who's going to win the Heisman than who's going to win your National Coach of the Year. I think there's like 7 or 8 guys right now in the mix.
Hey,
for National Coach of the Year? And the Heisman's down to C.J. Stroud and Hendon Hooker? Or Caleb Williams?
I mean, Caleb Williams, DTR, there's other guys that could get in. I think C.J. Stroud, unless he gets hurt, he's going to win.
But I will say
it's been such a quiet year for C.J. Stroud.
Well, they haven't played anybody. Go look at their schedule. I'll tell you 2 guys that could continue to coach their way into the discussion. Now, they've got tough roads ahead of them, but if they manage these roads, Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, again, I don't think he can manage the tough road ahead of him. Brian Kelly at LSU, I mean, for whatever reason, we kind of flushed LSU after that Tennessee win. They've got a lot ahead of them.
If they win this week,
that Tennessee loss, excuse me.
If they win this week, they beat Alabama.
If they beat Ole Miss, if they beat Alabama, that team could end up in Atlanta, and Brian Kelly then becomes your Coach of the Year.
Yeah,
maybe in both the SEC and the nation. I don't know, it'd be he or Heupel.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh lost the #1 overall pick, and this might be his best team yet.
Yeah.
So I think Jim Harbaugh's got to be a guy. I don't really like him, but it seems like Michigan's around to stay for a while.
Yeah, I agree with you. Preston over in the chat room from a couple of segments ago, boiled okra is a texture he doesn't like, or something he'll never try, or both.
Shrimp.
What is HP sauce?
Oh, I've seen HP sauce.
Hewlett-Packard?
No, I think it's like a different kind of Heinz 57 almost, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of like.
By the way, Preston was the guy that was I was talking about was the baked beans.
Oh
guy.
yeah. I kind of like boiled okra. I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I like the Wickles kind that they got in the.
The only kind of okra I like is fried up and dip it in ketchup.
I do like fried okra.
Dip it in ketchup.
Yeah. I've never dipped in ketchup.
Yeah, I eat some pickled okra sometimes.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, our friends at Wickles.
That's what I was saying. The pickled okra, that's almost like boiled okra.
Yeah, it is a weird texture I don't love, but
I like the taste.
But I do like the taste. HP sauce is British brown sauce, the main ingredients of which a tomato or thank you, Lunsford.
Very good, Lunsford. I've heard Vegemite sucks.
Oh, sounds awful.
That's
sounds
Australian.
Awful.
All right, we are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.